Well, we have some problems already here due to a couple of crashes. Murfreesboro Pike at Franklin Limestone Road, that's an injury accident in Antioch. And on the south side, 40 westbound, just before Hermitage Avenue, that's at exit 212. The right lane is blocked there. Also, quite a bit of congestion on 24 eastbound at Briley Parkway. Some poor soul has broken down in the middle lane there, and folks are backed up behind this person, and the congestion extending for quite some distance. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every afternoon on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy here. It is the Matt Murphy Radio Show, conveniently enough, on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Pleased to be with you. It is 7 minutes after 3 o'clock on this Thursday, April 3rd, 2025. It is Thursday, my Friday. I will not be here tomorrow, God willing. It is day 73 of the second term of the Donald J. Trump administration, 73 days of 1,460. I say that just to tick the liberals off. It is also day 784 of our visits together on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And no, I don't count last night as an official visit. Although, if you were with us, we were together for a good amount of time, and we'll start there talking about the weather situation. We've got a number of guests to tell you about over the course of the day. We will not exclusively talk about weather today because we spent a good amount of time doing that last night, and we expect that we're going to spend a good amount of time talking about that tonight. It is springtime in Tennessee. And with springtime, as beautiful as Tennessee is, you know, I was just talking to Chad Benson during our crossover there, and Chad spent a lot of his time, well, he was over in Europe for a number of years, but he spent a lot of his time out in California, and I've never been through an earthquake. I don't know anything about an earthquake. I wouldn't know what to do in an earthquake. I know what the hell to do in a tornado because I grew up in the South, grew up in Georgia, traveled a little bit and moved around a little bit, but primarily, I have lived in the Southeast. Many of you have lived exclusively in Tennessee all of your lives. Some of you have lived in the Southeast, maybe some of you all over. Well, get accustomed to Tennessee weather if you're new to it, because this is the deal. Not just in Tennessee, but in Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas. This is what we get, right? We get the Gulf moisture. We get the confluence of, I don't pretend to understand all of it. All I know is that when it comes together and it hits hard, it hits hard. And last night was not the hardest that we have seen, obviously, but it is very significant to many, many people, and it continues in the form of flooding and whatnot. So we're going to break all of that down. We're going to figure out what's happening tonight. We'll diverge from weather talk at a couple of points today, primarily at 3:30 and 5 o'clock, and I'll tell you about that now. At 3:30, Representative Lee Reeves will be here. Representative Reeves in the General Assembly has presented a piece of legislation that's gotten a lot of conversation, especially in Williamson County, involving whether or not these counties that have been on the primary voting system for political parties can now switch to a caucus system. There's something of a, dare I say, coup d'etat going on in Williamson County with the focus being on not leadership of the Williamson County GOP, it seems to me, but the focus being on shifting to a caucus system, which gives some also-rans in Williamson County a better ability to work the system to their advantage, limit the amount of people that come to vote, which is what all of this is about in Williamson County, by the way. And I'm just going to put it out there where the goats can graze on it. And I don't know if Lee Reeves will agree with this or not. He knows that area probably better than me. But if you're familiar, I haven't talked about it a lot because it's very localized politics. But in Williamson County, there was a vote for GOP leadership. And the expectation is the leadership that was voted in, and that's under a challenge, by the way, because some people called foul. They said that the voting was irregular and was not handled in the proper fashion. I don't know. I've got no clue. But I know this. the people that have been voted into leadership in Williamson County are working for an individual and in concert with an individual that wants to move to a caucus system designed to prevent people from voting. That is 100% accurate. And I challenge any of you to tell me otherwise. Fewer people vote in a caucus system than in a primary system, and by a caucus system's very nature, people are unable to vote. By the nature, now, I don't care how y'all do it. I'm not a Republican. I don't belong to your club. It's not my business. I am an outside neutral observer to the shenanigans that are going on in the Williamson County GOP. But I just got to call it like it is, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. You take a bite at the apple a couple of times and you don't get what you want to accomplish, then you try to figure out a better way to eat that apple. And that's exactly what's happening. And the people that are doing it know I'm telling you the 100% truth, despite the fact that they wouldn't admit it. We'll talk with Lee Reeves at 3:30 today about his legislation. Now, I don't know if he's casting this legislation in the General Assembly specific to the issues of Williamson County. Maybe he is, maybe he's not. We'll ask him the question. And you may ask questions as well at 615-737-9986. If you're not familiar with the story of Williamson County, I'll do a better job of synopsizing it for you just after 3:30. And then our second guest is Ken Yeager. Ken is he's a Tennessee senator. And he has legislation that we discussed a couple of days ago that on first blush I did not like at all, and that's an increased taxation in vaping. The Yeager bill went through the Senate, sailed through the Senate. I think only one Republican voted against it. It is a tax increase, and Ken Yeager admits that it's a tax increase. He'll talk to you about the nature of the tax increase and why he believes it's so important to tax vaping products at a greater rate in the state of Tennessee. I believe his primary concerns are the influence from China and some of the Chinese-based products that are coming into the state of Tennessee, and secondarily, youth vaping in general. We will talk with Senator Yeager in the 5 o'clock hour. Always welcoming you on the phone, 615-737-9986. If you've got any weather talk, if you've got any political talk, I beg of you, can we not talk about tariffs today? I mean, you know what? It's my show. I know that I could act as a benevolent dictator and demand that Chris Webber take no telephone calls on tariffs. But I don't want to be that guy. I want to be nice. So if I'm the king and I'm holding court, I'm just asking people to play nice and not bring up tariffs. I don't want to talk about it. Have you seen the stock market? I don't want to talk about it. I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea what they're doing. I have no idea what they're doing.
Matt, will you get mad at me if maybe tariffs maybe come up in the newscast, perhaps?
Well, I mean, no matter than I am normally.
Okay. Well, then
I almost called him Ken.
I'm good.
I almost called Jay Ken again. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I need to bring in like this really gross hair crap hanging from my chin for like 2 feet.
In my man, that seems to turn into a Weaver attack pretty quick. In my defense, there's a lot of defense.
No, I get it,
but I can't see you.
I know,
I feel like if I could see you,
and I'm just here once in a while. Even though I've been doing this filling in for 3 years now.
I love you being here. I absolutely love it. I mean, you are an integral part of the team, and you're doing a great job over in the newsroom, balancing. In all seriousness, Jay, balancing the news in Washington, the news in Tennessee, and all of this weather-related stuff. It is a tough balancing act, and you're doing a great job. I've been listening to you all day.
All right, thank you.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you, Jay Harper. Jay, you are given a pass on tariffs.
All right,
it's an official.
Because Mr. Trump, he had a big speech about it today, so I want to get that in there.
I know. I don't know what we're doing. I don't pretend. I don't know what we're doing. I understand the nature of reciprocal tariffs. I argued with Cameron Smith yesterday afternoon saying, no, he's not tariffing people that aren't tariffing us. The whole point is to get the tariffs to zero. And then I read more last night as we're doing weather coverage, and I realized, wait a minute, that's not what we're doing. And I don't quite understand why we are tariffing countries that perhaps aren't. I mean, Israel, for example, is just an example of it's not tariff reciprocity at that point. But we're not talking about that. We're not talking about tariffs. We're talking about weather. We're talking about other things mattering to the great state of Tennessee. So that's Jay Harper back in the newsroom. I call it News Closet B. Chris Webber, of course, he's already screening your telephone calls. He's already doing a great job in the control area, making sure that everything that comes out of our speakers sounds as good as humanly possible. So why am I looking at I thought this was a replay. I just looked up on Monitor 3, and our television partners over at WSMV Channel 4, here they are with all of these storms happening at 3:14 in the afternoon. Tell me that's not now. It's now.
Yeah, man. Fairview, Centerville, they're getting hit pretty hard right now.
Yeah, so these are it is believed that these are non-tornadic, and they're not going to be significant in nature. So obviously this storm system that went through last night, we were here for you because it's what we do. Thank you for all of your kind messages, many of you messaging, oh, thank you for being there. It is what we do, and I truly consider it to be an honor and a privilege to be able to do that for the listening audience in our greater community when the time comes. I don't want to be here. I don't want to, I admit that weather is fascinating. I think for most of us, severe weather is fascinating. I don't want anybody's property to get hurt. I don't want anybody to get hurt. I don't want any houses to be destroyed. We don't control these types of things, but what we can do is attempt to give you maximum information so that you as grown people can make the decisions on your own, and that's what we try to do. One of the reasons that I absolutely fell in love with this radio family immediately upon arriving in Nashville is because one of the things that this family does in the very same way that we did it, and I'm proud to say I led that team down there in Birmingham, Alabama, the way that we did it was if there's a serious situation that could cause bodily harm or significant property damage in our listening area, we are going to be on the radio. It is what community-based radio is supposed to be. And it isn't that way up and down the radio dial anymore. And I'm not knocking anybody else for that, but I'm just telling you that at our family of radio stations, we do things a little bit differently in as much as here's what swells my heart. And I've not talked to this guy. I have not said a word to him since I saw him in the parking lot. Was it yesterday? Felt like 2 days ago. I don't know. I can't remember. I guess it maybe was yesterday because I was coming in to do our podcast. So Chris Hand, our illustrious 9 to noon host and provocateur on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. He also hosts, right before his official radio show, he also hosts a great shorter show called the Chris Handoff. It happens between 8:35 and 9 o'clock every morning right here on this radio station. Anyway, so I'd say I'd do that joke just to gig Dan. That's the entire purpose of that joke. I'm not saying this I say this to illustrate the point. We left Chris alone. Chris has kids and he's in Murfreesboro, and should we call? No, we'll leave him alone. And Dan and I were on the air, and then eventually Chad joins in, and the reaction from Chris was, "Hey, why didn't you guys call me?" And that's the attitude that you want. That's the attitude that you want in your work family. It's the attitude that you want in your real family, that level of motivation and drive. And I absolutely love it, and I'm here for it. We didn't want to bug him, but he's like, you got to call me. Y'all got to call me. What are you doing over there? So, you'll get the call tonight if need be. All right, speaking of needing be, what's going to happen tonight? The expectation is, we're on flood watch right now, right? Flooding reports have been common all throughout the morning in isolated areas. Obviously, I drove in from Mount Juliet. I drove in on the major thoroughfares. I saw nothing. Chris Webber's now off the phones. It was the best introduction I've ever given of you.
Oh, I'm sure it was.
It was
fantastic.
Tip-top.
I'll have to go back and listen.
Tip-top. Unlike Jay Harper, I did not call you by the wrong name either. So that's good.
There's still time.
Y'all okay up there in the White House, greater White House area last night?
Yep.
Everything good?
As far as I can tell, everything is all right. We did have some flooding in Sumner County, though. There's some of the smaller roads near the creeks that just totally got inundated with water. So a couple of closed roads in some areas, but for the most part, everything seems to be okay.
Yeah, and I think that's generally that's the the idea is that whether you're in Mount Juliet or Lebanon or Murfreesboro, I mean, some of these places got popped harder than others. Franklin just got hammered, and there's some flooding over there. Hohenwald, absolutely hammered. Some flooding over there. Centerville got popped on a number of occasions. It was just a weird evening. If you missed some of it, just to give you a little bit of a recap, and then we'll move forward. So, we know as a radio station that we have an obligation and we have a responsibility. We take it very seriously to be here in case you need information, because I understand a lot of people, y'all watch TV. We get it. Trust me, I get it. I do too. There's flashy colors and there's pretty radar. And frankly, we are incorporating more and more of that type of thing on our broadcast. If you're watching on the YouTube broadcast, if you're watching on any of the television platforms, we're trying to incorporate some of those visuals to help you get a sense of what we're discussing on the radio. But obviously, our primary obligation is the radio listener. Why? Well, if you lose power, where do you go? Well, you might have your app on your phone, and that's fine. Or watch YouTube TV for a couple minutes on your phone or whatever you're watching, and watch that phone battery go boo. But what you do have, you have an app from us, but I encourage you to go old school and just keep that battery-powered radio around. Because if the power goes out, you need information, you want information. If I'm telling you to go to your place of safety because there is a tornado warning and that polygon is coming toward you, you want to know the next step of information, and the only way to find that out is to have that information at your fingertips. That's why we're here. So we'd planned. And I'd planned on staying behind. Chris Weber had planned on taking first shift from a producer's role. And Chad Benson stopped in at 7:15. And we're all sitting around, and we're sitting around, and we're sitting around, and we're sitting around. And we realized that this thing is moving so slowly. It's not going to be here until well beyond midnight. And so, we finally decided, Weber's like, this is beyond my shift, and Mason is taking over. So Weber bugs out. Chad and I decide to boogie at about 8:30, 8:45, and maybe it was approaching 9 o'clock. I didn't look at the clock. And we walked to the parking lot together. Well, I realized that I'm an old man. I got to go to the bathroom. So I come back inside and end up staying here till like midnight talking to Mason. Yet still, this was a disastrous storm in Arkansas, a disastrous storm in the westernmost portions of Tennessee, but not so much at that point. And the idea around midnight by every meteorologist that I was consuming was, we think this thing's going to stall, it's going to dissipate, it's going to lessen in intensity, and we may have dodged something here. And that was the feeling for a good 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. Well, it eventually did that at 6 o'clock in the morning. After all of the rest and dumping 7 or 8 inches of rain in some places on Nashville, Gallatin, Clarksville, Waverly, Centerville, and other points like that. So I just say that to get us to where we are. Lots of flooding, obviously, some touchdown tornadoes, nothing like what they saw in Selmer, Tennessee, which is just an absolute disaster zone. We'll touch on all of that and tell you what is next coming up on the Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk. Hello, friends. The Wellness Institute of Nashville is a one-stop shop for all things pain when it comes to chiropractic care. I've made the switch, and I hope you will as well. Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Ashley, and the rest of the team at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, they are available and they are ready to go to address your pain in a way that's going to solve it without having to resort to surgeries. They're going to exhaust every opportunity to eliminate your pain before that. You can lead a pain-free life. Enjoy the things that you used to do. Be happy with your life. No more back pain, neck pain, knee pain, hip pain, elbow pain. No more tingling of the arms. No more sciatic nerve pain. It's all available to you at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. And right now, in honor of our 47th president, a 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression, the big 4-7 offer of 2025. Call for that offer at 615-246-5009, 246-5009. My name's Matt Murphy, and the Wellness Institute of Nashville has my seal of approval. Make the switch like I did. PainIsBad.com.
We'll get you the latest on what we're looking for weather-wise here this evening. Also, I'm gonna mention tariffs. Sorry, Matt. Of the many products affected by tariffs, booze is one of them. Well, that perked Matt up. And the president also commenting on tariffs. We'll have those stories at 3:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You're just making it worse. You're doing this on purpose. Now you're saying they're going to tariff booze?
Yeah.
So now I have to pay more to do the thing that helps me not think about tariffs because of tariffs?
Perhaps you stay tuned. I'll have the story.
All right. Well, I'll stay tuned. I guess I'll have to. All right. So it's the Matt Murphy Show. We invite you to stay tuned as well, to Jay Harper, to me, yours truly. We've got a number of guests that I've just told you about, and we're excited about that. We're also talking about what we can expect today into tonight with regard to severe weather. And I want to quickly run this down for you. So all modes of severe weather are said to be possible tonight. Line of storms, which trained over the entirety of Middle Tennessee, is going to come through again, it's expected. There are probabilities that it's in a window up until 8 o'clock tonight, which I guess, for those of you that want a calm night where you can get some sleep, perhaps that's a good thing. I'm looking at the models that indicate that this is a now to 8 o'clock deal. That's what the models I'm looking at says. I'm looking at the possibility of, there's a severe thunderstorm warning right now until 4:15. So
yeah, and the tornado watch, which I'll get into here in a minute. But anyway, it's till 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah. And I'm being told by the redheaded stranger, the one and only Pamela Furr, that there is a ground stop again at B&A as of 3:24 this afternoon. That according to News 4. I did not see that on my News 4 monitor. Wait. They just broke. Now she's explaining, as I am doing in real time, that the story broke about an hour ago. So the ground stop is expiring at 3:30. In the meantime, the Dow Jones Industrial Average has fallen over 1,600 points. That just announced. I didn't mean to get in front of Jay Harper's story about tariffs because I do think that those two things are quite interrelated. So we'll get some eyeballs on exactly what the timing is on the forecast tonight, but it does not look like as late a night or an overnight event in the same fashion that it was yesterday, but it is still a very serious situation. Lee Reeves is a representative in the state Tennessee General Assembly, and he's going to join us in just a moment, talk about a number of pieces of legislation and what's happening over there. That is next after the news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yes, good afternoon. It's 3:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll get you that weather forecast here in a minute. But looking at radar right now, Fairview, you're dealing with some storms, and Franklin and Brentwood, you're in the sights of a line of storms. It's headed your way from the southwest and headed northeast. So just be prepared. And weather forecasters say that we could have some severe weather and heavy rain all the way through tomorrow morning, and modes of severe weather, all of these modes are indeed likely. A tornado watch, which I mentioned just a moment ago, it's been issued by the National Weather Service for most of our listening area up to 10 o'clock this evening. Now, currently, Middle Tennessee is under what's deemed an enhanced risk level. That would be 3 out of 5. And that's for areas along and west of Interstate 65. Also, a slight to marginal risk, that would be 2 to 1 out of 5 in other parts of Middle Tennessee as well as southern Kentucky. And there's a chance for those tornadoes, especially west of I-65. And we could see some hail. We already did last night. You may have seen some of the posts from Coopertown, I believe, 2-inch hail, and we could see more of that. Well, tariffs. Yeah, I'm going to talk tariffs. They could have an impact on alcohol and not just what comes in from other countries.
At a Southern California craft brewery named Everywhere, one thing that could be changing is the cost of a brew. Founder Daniel Munoz has already received notices from suppliers that prices of their aluminum cans, kegs, and big fermentation tanks could be going up because of the tariffs.
If the cost of producing something goes up, that'll pass on to us, and eventually pass on to the consumer.
With their beer brewed and canned in aluminum, that's a big deal.
And President Trump talking to reporters today before he headed to Florida, saying the tariffs he's imposing will help the U.S. in the long run.
President Trump downplayed the reaction from Wall Street to his announcement of sweeping tariffs on countries all over the world, comparing the U.S. economy to a patient after surgery.
I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on, and it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is.
The president insisted the markets are going to, quote, boom, and so is the country, even as stocks were down sharply all day Thursday.
That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather. And by the way, a severe thunderstorm warning for Davidson County was just issued. So we'll be on top of that for you. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. L24 eastbound there at the 440 junction. It's pretty well gridlocked. We had a stalled vehicle there at Briley Parkway earlier. They've moved the stall, but boy, the traffic is still stacked up there. As far as wrecks go, we've got one now, Fessler's Lane at Elm Hill Pike, another on Davidson Drive just west of Post Road. And as far as other delays are concerned, well, they're on the East Bank on 24 westbound. It's pretty stacked up, as is the North Loop. 65 there near 3rd Avenue, Rosa Parks, all of that. That's a little more congested than usual. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every afternoon on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy for Shane Ring and Cover Nash. Shane always comes with a couple of questions when we talk about Cover Nash, but these are good questions to ask yourself about your and your family's health insurance coverage. Do you know how much you're paying? That's first and foremost. Do you know that you're getting the coverage that you need and deserve for you and your family? That's secondarily. And do those two things match up? That's the primary question, right? Are you paying too much for the coverage that you're getting? If you're satisfied with your coverage, you could possibly be paying too much. If you're not satisfied with your coverage, you need to get with Shane Ring anyway. And don't let these people fool you that you can only do this in certain times of the year. You can get satisfaction with Shane Ring and Cover Nash right now. Make the call. You can sit down in his office in Brentwood, and he's happy to go over all of the insurance plans. And this is what I love, right? He's not beholden. Some are. He's not beholden to one or two insurance companies and focused on their plans. He looks at the entire market and helps you understand how to best figure out what health insurance you and your family need. Take control of your money. Take control of your health insurance coverage. Go to covernash.com or 615-465-0023. 465-0023. Nashville Safe House is celebrating its 33 years in business. Absolutely love that. I was there for the 30th anniversary, and I've been there every anniversary since then because I love what they do at Nashville Safe House. Mark and his team understand that it's a serious business there. And I mean, they don't take themselves too seriously, but they know that when it comes to a home safe, gun safe, high security safe, a vault door, a tornado shelter, Nashville Safe House is the go-to shop. Now, let's think about those tornado shelters. They have them at Nashville Safe House. Obviously, they've got plenty of safes on display in their showroom, but they also have these units that can be retrofitted into your situation. Just talk to Mark about what he has and see how he can help you with a tornado shelter at your home from Nashville Safe House. Nashville Safe House also has the best rebates in the business, rebates of up to $400 as of now until April 15th. Plus, as always, gun safes are sales tax-free at Nashville Safe House. Go to NashvilleSafeHouse.com, NashvilleSafeHouse.com. Ask Mark and his team about those tornado shelters. You'll be happy that you did for the next round of storms. 4th Avenue South in Nashville. It's Nashville Safe House. All right, Super Talk 99.7 WT. And getting away from weather talk briefly, we'll reset in the 4 o'clock hour. There's some nasty thunderstorms moving through the area right now. As a matter of fact, I think there's one coming toward Representative Lee Reeves' house. But it's okay, Lee. Just a thunderstorm. Davidson, Murray, Rutherford, Williamson, and Hickman counties, you under a thunderstorm warning. We don't see any sort of rotation or tornadic activity in any of these systems that are moving through. And let's cross our fingers and hope that is the case. I joke with our next guest. He is Representative Lee Reeves, representing the 65th District in the Tennessee General Assembly. And he's here to talk about a specific piece of legislation, but to say hello and to get a feel as to how he believes the session is going thus far. Representative, good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me on with you. And we had the weather last night too. Had the kids up, helmets on in a closet. So, yeah, we know what that's about.
As you got out and about this morning, everything look okay? Y'all weathered the storm in your neck of the woods?
We did. We had a little bit of hail, but it was the small stuff where we were. And, I checked in with the mayors in my district and have not heard of any damage or any loss of life or casualties or injuries. Thank goodness.
Yeah, and we're hearing about 5, I think, is the number now across the state of Tennessee. Very sad. And that situation out in Selmer down in the southwest corner is just bad. When you say mayors, tell me about District 60. I mean, we're just getting to know one another. Tell me about District 65. Who do you represent? Where do you represent?
Well, I'm down in Williamson County and kind of in the southwest part of Williamson County. So my district goes all the way from Fairview on the west side into downtown Franklin and then down to Thompson Station and all the stuff in between.
All right. So, yeah, you guys have dealt with your share of weather warnings over the last, week or so, I guess.
I think about a week ago we were doing the same thing up in the middle of the night. Yeah.
Well, welcome to that's what I remind myself. Welcome to Tennessee, right?
That's right.
That's the way it goes. Why in the world did you get into politics, Lee?
Sometimes I question that too, Matt. I got involved because I've always been interested in politics. I pay attention. And ultimately, in my district, we had a representative stepping down, and I couldn't get behind the other folks that were running and took a hard look at it and decided, sometimes you got to step up and get involved. And that's what I did.
When was that? When did you win election?
Well, it was last year.
Okay.
Yeah. So we I think I filed in February or March of last year.
I mean, is it fair to describe you as a neophyte?
I'm a freshman. Yeah.
All right. I didn't realize that you had no terms under your belt. So how's it been going so far?
Well, it's been busy. It's been a learning experience. We've been moving slow and then fast and then slow again, and so that's just how it goes. But we're on committees and we're presenting bills and so it's a learning experience. But I think we're getting the hang of it.
For those not familiar with Williamson County and the rather unique nature of the political dynamic in Williamson County. And I'm not trying to assign, who's the white hat guy. I'm not assigning anything to it. How would you describe it to an outsider coming in? The dynamic that exists in Williamson County right now?
Wow, that is such a broad question. I don't know how I would describe it. I think most people get into Williamson County and look at the politics and go, oh my gosh, what is going on here? We've got all kinds of folks that are interested in one thing or the other, and they're all jostling for room. And I think part of it is that we've got folks that have moved in from other places, California and New York and Chicago. And then, of course, we've got people who've lived there for a long time. And I think some of those things are butting up against each each other.
And I'm just naturally curious about these things. It occurs to me that you probably represent folks that have been there for decades,
Sure,
generational, type deal, and they probably look at how the community has changed with a little bit of a jaundiced eye. I mean, I would think that there are some that are like they pine away for the old days where they were just a rural farming community that was 30 some odd miles away from Nashville.
We do have a lot of that, and of course, I live in a neighborhood that is growing and is new, and what I find is, and I was the same way. I'll be honest with you. You move in and you go, okay, stop.
Right, I want it right like this, like I'm looking at it right now.
This.
Right.
And of course, that's not a rational response, but yeah, we do have a lot of folks that have been there for decades or their whole lives, and of course, we care about them too and what they think. But it's a community of all of these people together.
So you are here really to talk about a specific piece of legislation that I was curious about, and I've been following this situation that's going on in the internal workings of the Williamson County GOP. Mm-hmm. And it's a little in the weeds, it's a little weedy and nerdy, but I do think it's also important, and I think you bring it above the weed line a little bit with this legislation because it addresses the best way for political parties moving forward to engage in their individual processes to select a candidate that will ultimately be on the general election ballot. Just walk us through the legislation.
Happy to walk you through it. So this is HB 855, and in the Senate, it's SB 799. And what we found out is that there is a certain segment of our party in Williamson County that would like to, and they've kind of dodged this question, been a little bit vague about it, but we know that's the case. They would like to remove primary elections for our county offices. And to be clear, we already have primary elections for our General Assembly, for U.S. Senator, for Congress people and governor. But there is an option within the party bylaws, and it's not prevented by current state law, for the party in a county to decide that the county offices might be run by convention or a caucus instead of a primary. And I think that's bad policy. I think it leads to a lot of problems. I'm worried about voter disenfranchisement. And so that got my attention when I heard that was kind of the move, and have heard since that there's a similar move across the state by a certain segment of people. And I think it's wrong. And I'm happy to stand with voters on this, because it's important that people have a say in who represents them in county mayor and property assessor and school board and county commission.
So this would be, so specifically, this would prevent what exactly would it do with regard to caucuses?
I appreciate the question. What it does is it requires a primary for those county offices. Mm-hmm. And I think it should have been done a long time ago. I'm not sure why it wasn't. And maybe it was because I think people recognize that primaries are what we ought to do. And so we really didn't have a lot of it. We got about a half dozen counties, I think, that currently use a convention-style primary or a party nomination process.
For those that are, I don't mean to interrupt you, but for those that are listening that aren't political nerds like you and I, Lee, so a caucus or / convention, that it's my understanding that requires of individuals to dedicate themselves to a night where they have to go to and just walk through what a caucus looks like.
Happy to. So the local party designates a day and a time to show up, and it could be an hour, it could be 8 hours, we don't know. And they dictate how that process should go. And if you're not in the room, you don't get a say in who your party nominee is for a particular office. And of course, the more offices you have to elect, the longer presumably it takes. The problem, beyond the fact that not everybody can go to that kind of thing, is
dedicate hours and hours and hours of time to it,
is that you've got the same people who are interested in the outcome running the event. And I think that our county election officials do a great job, and I'd much prefer them to run elections.
Well, I mean, I'm a University of Georgia Bulldog fan, Lee, and I would love it if you allowed the University of Georgia to be in control of the yellow flags.
Sure, absolutely.
On the football field, right?
Yes, of course.
That would be good for us. Probably not good for the opposition. So, what is I try to understand the argument in fact. you mentioned in Williamson County specifically,
Sure.
there's been a group that have been vying. I think some of them are already in leadership in the Williamson County GOP. That they have been, and they're all collectively this Elevate group.
Yeah.
And they have been very vague about their desire for a caucus publicly, but privately, everyone in Williamson County seems to know that that's where they want to go. Is that your experience too?
It is my experience, and yes, I mean that is the great unstated thing. In fact, we had a Senate hearing yesterday on this bill. And the Elevate slate showed up to lobby against the bill. I mean, they've all but said, listen, we want to go to a convention. We want to elect the people that we want. And I have an issue with that, and I'm going to stand in the gap.
So what is their argument in favor of a caucus?
You know, where they tend to go is that unless we close primaries, that there's Democrats and independents crossover voting in the Republican primary. And listen, we know that some of that is probably true. And I'm not for that either. I am for party registration that effectively closes primaries. But I think they're unrelated to we're going to disenfranchise voters to get what we want.
All right, real quick, I have to suspend our conversation about politics for just a moment to alert our listeners that we got a tornado warning that's been issued for Murray, Rutherford, and Williamson County. It's radar indicated. And I think we were interrupted by the National Weather Service briefly there anyway. So I just want to remind you, Murray, Rutherford, Williamson counties, there is a system right outside of Santa Fe and moving toward Thompson Station that is, looks like a relatively good signature of some rotation in that system. So that is radar indicated, and we'll be on top of that full bore once we're done with our conversation with Representative Lee Reeves. So where are we? What has the reaction been in the General Assembly? I'm loath to give control to the broader organization when control can be localized, but I recognize that there are times when that is necessary. I think that's kind of the purpose of the bill here. A primary system gives an opportunity for those who are overseas serving their country, for those who are infirm, still mentally very capable of making decisions but unable to attend a call. I mean, all of those things make perfect sense to me. What's the reaction in the General Assembly been?
Well, I think the reaction in the General Assembly has been very favorable to doing this bill because they see the problems inherent in it, right? So, EMS workers who are on shift that night, busy moms and dads, they can't go necessarily when the caucus or convention is. In fact, I got an email this morning, Matt, from a state executive committee woman on the Republican Party informing me that they were filling a school board seat and only 16 people showed up on the Saturday morning despite all the advertising they did in multiple channels. And she points out that over 3,000 votes were cast in the last general election for a similar seat. So
3,000 versus 16.
16, yes.
Well, I'm fully supportive of this. Tell us where we are. I mean, have there been votes on the floor in either the Senate or the House? Where we are in the process?
We just ran that through committee last night. Senator Jack Johnson did up in the Senate. I thought I would get into the committee yesterday. Looks like it'll be next week.
Okay.
And then we're both going to go to the floor with it.
Look, let's continue to have the conversation. And by the way, I welcome anyone with the Elevate group, anyone that would argue in favor of a caucus. You may come on the Matt Murphy radio show, as Representative Lee Reeves has done. I would love to hear your argument counter to his legislation that I frankly am predisposed to support. But once again, not my fight. That's the Republican Party figuring out some of their bylaws and whatnot. Lee, it's been a pleasure meeting you and getting to know you. I wish I didn't have to go to tornado warnings, but I do. But we'll continue this conversation. It's been a good one.
Thank you, Matt.
There's Representative Lee Reeves coming back. We've got tornado warnings have been issued for Murray, Rutherford, Williamson counties, and those are radar indicated. What we'll do is reset, take a short time out, and then we'll get into some weather coverage. Sadly, we have to do that this afternoon, but obviously we're going to be here for you. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy for Cabinet Solutions up in Hendersonville. Tony always joins us to talk about some of the great things going on at Cabinet Solutions. First and foremost, Tony, everybody okay up there in Hendersonville? You make the storms out okay?
I think we made it.
All right.
Okay.
Well, that's good. Well, look, I know what you're also making. You're making quality custom-made cabinets. You're making cabinets of all shapes and sizes for folks who need a bathroom redo or kitchen remodel. Talk to me about it, brother.
Well, I'll tell you what, right now I'm out on the job site walking a completed cabinet job with some very excited homeowners. It's a beautiful modern Euro design that we did here. Got all the bells and whistles. And I need to get you out here and walk a couple of jobs with me. Let you see what we do.
Or, better yet, hit me up on, give me some of those pics, and I'll put them up on social media because I love that. You are a part of the process from the genesis, from the idea stage to final walkthrough, and I love that about Cabinet Solutions, Tony.
That's exactly right. We can help, put their dreams into a place of reality because sometimes people don't see exactly what they want, and we can help them get there and get them accustomed with all the great designs.
No, it's so good. It's so good. I absolutely love it. Tony, tell people how they can schedule that appointment and become the next to satisfied customers like the ones that you're talking to right now. How do they get a hold of you?
Absolutely. They can go to mycabinetsolution.com. That's mycabinetsolution.com, and they can go to the contact form, fill that out, and send it to me. It comes directly to me, and I'll get back to them as soon as possible.
Discover Cabinet Solutions today in Hendersonville. Give Tony an email, and he'll be right back to you.
Weather still topping our news. In fact, the counties of Murray, Rutherford, and Williamson are under a tornado warning at the moment. In fact, there is some rotation noted right around the Spring Hill area there, 65 and 840. So we'll get into all of that and more at the bottom, at the top of the hour, bottom of the hour, you name it, Matt, we'll be on it.
Well, and I don't, depending on what we're seeing and what we're looking at, the possibility of just of hanging here might exist. Although, right now I'm gonna float over to Jay Harper in the next couple of minutes because as we finish up our interview with the Representative Lee Reeves, good interview, and but we've got a lot of activity going on from a storm relation standpoint right now. So sirens are apparently going off all over our community in Spring Hill and Cool Springs. And the storm in Williamson County, apparently, according to 4719, looks like it had a funnel cloud. If you're in a safe place and you can give us some eyeballs on the screen in terms of what you see, call us at 615-737-9986. We depend on your calls for this. Right now, Thompson Station is under the gun. Franklin is under the gun yet again. In Cool Springs area, Nolensville area. Arrington is not popped yet, but it looks like it's coming, and it's just beyond Leapers Fork. And obviously the dynamic's very different in that this is in the daylight. So if you see something, say something when it comes to weather at 615-737-9986. Mark writes in and says, in Columbia on the north side, and he sent in a photo, and oh boy. If that's not a funnel, I don't.
Yeah, I see that.
You see that on the super text line?
Yikes! Yeah, I see that.
That could be a low-lying wall cloud, but
it's scary no matter what the heck it is.
It is scary as hell because that looks like a large funnel coming down just outside of Columbia on the northeast side. So just be careful. If you don't have to be in this area, don't be in this area. Murray County, Rutherford County, Williamson County, currently under a tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado warning, although we're getting that one image, looks pretty scary. Was this 9029? Is this today? Are you sending me something that's happening? I'm going to need some clarity from 9029 on the super text line if you're sending me something that is happening right now. Because if that is right now, then that is a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, and you may see some of those other texts with images there, Matt, from Spring Hill. Also looks like the same kind of formation that we've just seen there in Columbia. So something's going on.
Yeah, so there's a very dangerous situation that's happening. We will flip quickly to news, get an update on breaking news, and then we're going to flip right back to tornado coverage as this warning looks pretty significant, a system moving through the metropolitan area. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yes, good afternoon. 1 minute past 4 p.m. I'm Jay Harper, and the top story continues to be the past weather, the current weather, the future weather here in the mid-state. We'll have a forecast from our friends at Channel 4 here in just a moment, and we'll also update you on traffic. Well, already sad news in that officials confirm at least 5 people have perished in the severe storms that moved through the state overnight. The Tennessee Emergency Management Agency confirmed that there were weather-related deaths reported in McNairy County. We had a fatality in McNairy, Obion, and Hardeman County, and sadly 2 folks passed away in Fayette County as a result of yesterday's storms. And also a number of media outlets reported today that a person was struck by lightning last night in the Green Hills area. They were apparently standing outside at the Hilton on Cleghorn Avenue in Green Hills, and they were struck by lightning. We've yet to get a report on how that person is doing. President Trump has approved an emergency declaration for Tennessee amid the outbreak of storms and tornadoes that are sweeping through the state. FEMA announced this morning federal disaster assistance has been made available to supplement response efforts in the areas affected by the recent storms and the tornadoes, etc. The declaration applies statewide in all 95 counties. That's according to a news release from the Department of Human Services. And yeah, we can't go through a newscast without at least talking about stocks. U.S. stocks suffered major losses today. The first trading session after the tariff announcement yesterday, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, it plummeted almost 1,700 points, or about 4%. The tech-heavy NASDAQ, it declined about 6%. The S&P 500, it tumbled almost 5%. Here's Rebecca Jarvis in New York.
What we saw in the markets today was the worst day for stocks since the early days of the pandemic in 2020. I spoke to one trader on Wall Street today who called it the fog of war. And what we saw were multiple companies, Apple, Nike, Gap. These are companies that rely on supply chains overseas. Those are companies that sold off today.
That is the latest news. We'll have traffic and, of course, weather, the topic that will be discussed in detail here in just a bit, so continue to stay with us. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Taking a look at our traffic, 24 eastbound near the, this would be exit 1. That's up in Montgomery County there at the state line. We've got a wreck. Also 24 eastbound down in the Smyrna area at exit 70. That's Almaville Road. A crash picked up there. And also in Murfreesboro, 24 eastbound between Medical Center Parkway and Old Fort Parkway. That's exit 76 and 78. We picked up a crash there as well. And again, just a reminder, Murray, Rutherford, Williamson counties, you are under a tornado warning. And Matt and I have been receiving texts here on the Super Text line with some photos that are pretty scary. So there's something going on out there. We'll continue, of course, to keep you updated.
For those listening on our applications on either YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, or perhaps you're listening on one of our streaming apps, right now we're in a weather warning on radio, and so we're holding a little bit to extend beyond that weather warning before we begin the 4 o'clock hour. It is 8 minutes after 4 o'clock. My name is Matt Murphy, and this is the Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. When weather breaks out, when weather warnings break out, when tornado warnings break out, everything changes. And we have just seen that in the last 20 or 30 minutes. We had Representative Lee Reeves on. I'm sad that we had to suspend the conversation in the way that we did. And we were planning on having Senator Ken Yeager on, and I have canceled that appearance at 5 o'clock due to the weather situation that's going on right now that we need to pay primary focus to. There is a system that has just left Franklin, just south of Cool Springs. It's right at 41A right now. It's just south of Brentwood. It is near Nolensville and Sunset Elementary, and it is a tornado warning that is believed to have a tornado on the ground. There's some data that suggests that people have seen this. I've seen a number of photos online, and I hesitate to declare that those are photos from this actual event because you know how this goes. There's a lot of pictures of tornadoes online, but I trust that the Super Talk audience would not lead us astray in that regard. So it is believed to be in Spring Hill as of about 5 minutes ago. If you have any eyeballs on it, I like to call it that. If you're looking at it, if you're seeing something, say something to us at 615-737-9986, either via the phones or on the super text line. We depend on you to gather that information. Thank you so much for doing it as field producers, gathering that information. So right now, just real quick, the Smyrna, Laverne area looks to be in a direct path of this storm that is believed to have been a tornado producer, if not currently a producer. Rutherford, Williamson, Wilson, and Davidson counties are all under tornado warnings right now, and we're just covering this storm and seeing where it goes from here. Are we back? Are we back? Okay, we're back from on the radio side of things. You know, obviously you're going to get those tornado warnings, and the National Weather Service will interrupt us from time to time. They do that for all radio platforms, music-based platforms, and platforms that are in syndication programming or whatever. They cut in there and interrupt. They have no way of knowing that we're already doing the weather warnings. We're already doing the tornado warnings. I don't hate them for it. But it does make for a clunky listening experience. I mean, last night there were just multiple warnings after warnings after warnings, and I get it. They want to make sure that the folks are aware, and they have no idea, like I say, of knowing that we on 99.7 FM are already in the midst of weather conversation. So Rutherford, Williamson, Wilson, Davidson counties. Right now, if you are in Haines or Walnut, I'm just throwing some things out there that I'm looking on my monitor here. If you're in Nolensville, it is. I hope you're in your place of safety. I do. Most of us in our lives, I don't tell adult people what to do with their lives, but I would hope that if you live in the state of Tennessee for any length of time, or if you understand what's going on here, that you kind of walked through this with your own family. You talk to yourself about, hey, if worst case scenario, where do we go? Well, for some of your communities in Nolensville and Haines, in Waynes Ridge, in Rocky Fork, it's the worst case scenario for you, because there is believed to be a system on the ground that is potentially a tornado that is causing damage right now, and you need to go ahead and take action if you're in any of those places that I just mentioned. So while we monitor that, and Jay, in the midst of extended tornado coverage, you jump in here anytime you need. If you've got any information from the newsroom, Chris Weber, you too. Y'all just jump in if you've got any thoughts on what's going on, or if you see anything that I don't see. So Steve is in Spring Hill, and we believe that this system just moved through Spring Hill. Steve, what do you got?
Well, I'm in Wades Grove, which is basically in between Saturn Parkway and 65, and we're inside. I thought it was rotating towards us. I have not seen it hit the ground, but there is definitely a funnel type of formation, and it might be moving away from us. But that's what I see right now, Matt.
I think that's the case. I think it's moving away from the Spring Hill area in that neck of the woods that you just described, and moving on toward the east. I mean, this system itself, and I'm going to pull the radar up. Thank you, Steve, for the call. This system is moving at a fairly rapid clip. Let me get over here to our weather alerts and see what they've got directly from the National Weather Service. National Weather Service has, as we've been saying, Davidson County, Rutherford County, Williamson County, and Wilson County. As of 7 minutes ago, a storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Franklin. National Weather Service is not indicating that this is anything other than radar-indicated tornado, but some of the areas that you need to be concerned about, Laverne High School at 4:30, or 4:23, I should say, Smyrna High School at 4:26, pardon me, Walter Hill, Smyrna itself at 4:26, and then Walter Hill at 4:35. These are places where if you're in Walter Hill, if you're in Bethel, if you're in, is that Las Casas? I think it might be. You need to, make your preparations to go ahead and get into a place as you can. Yeah, that is Las Casas, by the way. Noreen is also a part of this, and eventually it gets up there to Watertown. You need to make sure that you do what you need to do to make yourself as safe as possible. This storm system is moving in an area which includes I-65 between mile markers 59 and 72, I-24 between mile markers 58 and 77, I-840 between markers 31 and 69. Let's go to Jeremy, who is here to talk weather. Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Jeremy. What do you got? What do you see?
So I'm the 9029. I just sent you that video. I guess it would have been about 14 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
So that was live right now, crossing west to east, right at mile marker 60.
And that was on 60. It was on 65?
65 south, yep.
Yeah. And would you say that what you witnessed, it looks it's either a wall cloud or a funnel cloud. How would you describe it on the scene, Jeremy?
So when it started, I looked up, and the left side was clear as can be, and you look out, and the cloud was just moving as fast as it could be from my right to the left, so west to east. And then the very front, you can see it looks like a funnel, but I don't think I've ever seen a cloud move that fast from just, looking up in the sky.
Yeah, so with that,
see the video and how fast it's moving across.
No, it's insane. No, this video, and I'm going to try to get it up on our socials if I can, but this video is pretty incredible to witness how fast that wall of clouds moves so low to the ground. I mean, it would be easy to describe this as a huge funnel. I don't want to do it that way without actually knowing. But be safe. How are you now? Are you in a safe area, Jeremy?
Yeah, back to, I say clear skies, but back to it not being dark. Like I said, it went from it being, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon kind of brightness to just pitch black when you got into the middle of it. And I think you can see that from the video. But I'm back now. I'm at mile marker 48, so I'm probably about 4 miles behind your last caller. And it's back to just clear as can be.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, yeah, that's just kind of the nature of the storm systems that we're seeing popping up and moving through. Call us back with any other additional information when we're, Matt Murphy's rules of the road for the radio show is, rule number 1 is call only once per day. We suspend rule number 1 during severe weather coverage. So if you have called to give a report, you see something else, the main rule of thumb, is this something that people need to know to help them be safe? And if that's the case, or if you're seeing something that is abnormal, you're seeing something that you need to be reported, call us at 615-737-9986. That's what we're here for during tornado warning coverage. 615-737-9986. You can also text that information if you're not, a caller by nature. You're more shy. You don't want to give it on air. In an audio format, you can relate it to me via text, and we'll get it to the listening audience that way as well. 615-737-9986. What are the names of those exits? I named the, let's see. Let's see if I can do this off the top of my head. I don't think I can. Someone asked the name of the exits on I-65. It's I-65 between mile marker 59 and 72. That's going to be Franklin is 65. That's 96. There's 61. Exit 61 is, well, it's just the exit before 96. But there's exit 61 is right above 840, if I'm not mistaken.
Exit 59 is 840.
Okay, there you go. There you go, Jay. So at 840, and then 61 is between. It's that one. There's a truck stop on exit 61 to the right. I want to say it's a BP station, but it also is a truck stop. You keep going down, and then you get to 96. That's the Franklin exit. And then up until, 77? At that point, you're in Brentwood. You're talking about Old Hickory Boulevard is one of the exits there. I think that's 74, if I'm not mistaken. Harding Place, I believe, is 78. So that would just be beyond. I'm just spitballing some of those exits for you so that you're aware. Thank you for the question. 615-737-9986. 615-737-9986. John has a weather report. I believe he's on 840. John, what do you got?
So I'm on 840 East. Just came over the 47. I just stopped out at the Almaville Road exit. So this system, to me, it's way past Spring Hill. It's north of 840, east of 65 now. I'm sitting here looking at it. I don't see any rotation. I'd say it's probably over the Nolansville area at the moment. Definitely just looks like wall cloud. I can see clear skies underneath the system, so I don't believe there's any rotation or anything on the ground. But definitely a big, dark system coming through. So it's going to be making its way towards Smyrna, Laverne next.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar now, and you're exactly right. It looks like it's about to pop Smyrna as we speak, maybe just north of the city proper. So, yeah, that's good reporting. Thank you, John, and continue to listen, continue to report as you see things. By all means, say something because folks need to know. Hopefully, there's a lot of folks that are off the roads today. Based on the severity of the weather last night, based on the flooding issues, we're in a flood warning for major portions of our listening audience today. So a lot of people are off the roads. I noticed it coming in. I recognized that the traffic just wasn't what it would be normally when I'm driving in. At the same time, there was still, don't get me wrong, there's still considerable traffic on the roadways. And that traffic is experiencing some pretty severe weather, some pretty severe storms. Redheaded stranger Pamela Furr, thank you so much for the information. Pamela is feeding me with information from her Hermitage location. And she says that now, as of 4:14 p.m., there's been a ground stop issued at Nashville International Airport, B&A. It has been issued until 4:30 this afternoon. So we're right in the midst of a ground stop at B&A Airport, which makes sense as this system slowly makes its way through our listening area. We are solely focused on weather coverage right now. If you're just tuning in, just joining us at 21 after the hour, the Matt Murphy Show in progress. We concern ourselves with weather coverage because of the tornado warnings that are currently in our area. So what I tell you we'll do, we'll take a short time out. We'll get some commercial advertisements in here and get back and reset with you on the phone, 615-737-9986. And I'll give you an assessment, a kind of a 50,000-foot view of where we are with this system and where the problem areas are. It's 22 after the hour on Super Talk. Dr. Poss, that's Dr. Stephen Poss. Dr. McLaughlin, that's Dr. Brian McLaughlin. And the Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center. I had someone email me, Murphy, do you really use that device and does it really work? Yes, I do use it. I have an FDA-approved oral device created by Dr. Poss and the Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center. It is unique to my mouth. It was a 3D scan of my mouth. They printed this device specific to my needs to help hold my jaw forward, to help me breathe at night, to help me sleep better at night, and to help prevent a stoppage of breathing. And they can do exactly the same for you. The second one is, does it work? Energetic is the least of it. You will feel the energy in the mornings, and it prevents health concerns that can come with sleep apnea issues. Plus, your partner will love it because you won't snore as much. Go to drposs.com, drposs.com. That's drposs.com. 2 locations, one's in Brentwood, the other in Murfreesboro. It's the Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Weather can change in an instant, and you need to be prepared for any outcome. That's why Generator Supercenter of Nashville will help keep your family safe and connected. We make buying a backup generator simple and easy, with financing options available, free in-home estimate, turnkey installations, no worry warranty, and most importantly, the monitoring and service of your fully installed generator. Come see us at our location in Nashville or visit us online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
As you can imagine, weather is in the news. It's the top of the news. It's about the only news. We'll get you updated as we continue here at the bottom of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Pardon me, I was absorbed in weather coverage. So right now, just 26 minutes after the hour, 4 o'clock, and we have turned our attention full on to the weather coverage. And as we do that, as happens, the weather has dissipated. This is great news, though. The tornado warning that was in effect for a variety of counties, including Williamson and Wilson, has been canceled as of 4:20 this afternoon. There has been a cancellation of the tornado warning coverage. Oh, hold on a second. Let me get rid of that. So that warning has been canceled for now, but there's still a significant system that's moving through our area, dumping a lot of rain and a lot of wind, and we don't need additional rain on the roadways. We certainly don't need additional flooding issues in and around the community, but we'll continue to cover this for you. Susanna has a thought on it. She's on the road. Hello, Susanna. Thank you for calling.
Yes. So I was driving on the way towards 96 in Smyrna, on the edge of Smyrna and Murfreesboro, and it is a massive wall cloud. It looks like if a tornado were to drop down, it would be wedge-shaped. It's huge. It's like covering half of the sky, and it is headed towards Smyrna, Murfreesboro, but I didn't see any rotation either, so I just wanted to update.
Well, I thank you for that, Susanna. Anything you see, call us and let us know, because obviously, I mean, these are we were talking about this last night during our overnight coverage, and Chad and I made reference to it a little earlier today that the last night was weird because I've never, maybe once or twice in the course of weather coverage, you go outside and you feel like you're in a scene at the beginnings of a scene of a movie. Where, the wind is just absolutely whipping. There's a little rain, maybe misty rain, but the sky has this odd, almost greenish tint to it, even at night. I was experiencing that in Mount Juliet, and Chad was saying similar things about his experience here in Nashville. And the dynamic and the level of wind and the speed at which the clouds are moving, you can tell just the unsettled nature of everything. You expect to turn a corner and see the tornado right there. You just expect that there to be one at any second. And sadly, that is perhaps what we are looking at throughout the course of the afternoon today, just this unsettled weather. that potentially could produce a tornado at any moment. Now, that means that tornado warnings will pop up and tornado warnings will dissipate. And this one just has. Of course, I was told there's something coming towards Spring Hill right now. I see a storm system that's backed up into Fairview in the Bon Aqua area, Santa Fe. You're about to get hit with what looks to be just a standard. I don't want to say garden variety severe thunderstorm, but sadly with all of these warnings. And once again, I understand that if you're from a certain age, and I am of that age, 51 years, tornado warnings meant, hey, there's a tornado on the ground when we were kids. Well, now they don't mean that necessarily anymore, but that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. In as much as we have radar technology that exists that gives us the ability to see that rotational signature prior to the possibility of a funnel cloud coming to the ground. Well, the National Weather Service and people like yours truly and Super Talk 99.7 WTN, we will err on the side of caution, and we will declare that as a tornado. As the National Weather Service declares it, we're going to tell you about it with the caveat that there are radar-indicated tornadoes, which may or may not be on the ground, and there are observed tornadoes, which have been observed, as the word would imply, to be on the ground. That is a good distinction to understand. I call it the difference between a tornado warning and a tornado emergency. I've talked to people in the National Weather Service about that. I was like, well, we have the technology. Why couldn't we have, tornado watch? That means, generally conditions are favorable. Tornado warning, that means, hey, a radar indication has shown this. And a tornado emergency, meaning there's one on the ground. The fear is that people will start taking tornado warnings less seriously. I understand that fear. At the same time, distinctions need to be made between radar indicated and on the ground, although I do not believe that this should impact you at all when it comes to your decision making if you're in the path of this storm. 31 after the hour, we'll do news. We'll come back in just a moment, reset here on our continuous weather coverage. We'll also talk about other matters that are happening today. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yes, good afternoon. It is 4:31, and I'm Jay Harper, and I've got your top stories. And as you can well imagine, yes, weather continues to be the talk of our coverage here. If you'll bear with me just a second, I've got some radar images coming in that I want to be able to express to you in real time. Yes, I tell you, these waves of storms, I mean, they're moving at pretty much in an east-northeasterly direction. And there are several other waves of stuff behind all this. Jackson, Tennessee, getting hammered right now, as is Memphis, and it's all kind of headed this way. So, we're not going to be out of the woods. Once this little wave blows through, potentially, unless these things peter out, we've got a potential for more rounds as the evening progresses, and that's why you need to keep it right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A tornado watch is still under effect until 10 o'clock tonight. And also, Middle Tennessee is still under what is being deemed an enhanced risk. That would be level 3 out of 5 for the areas along and west of I-65, and a slight to marginal risk for other parts of Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. It's the tornadoes and the damaging winds that certainly have people concerned, the potential for all that. And we're already getting reports of some hail in parts of Spring Hill and other areas that saw this latest system kind of blow through their part of the world. We've seen hail about an inch in size already, so that's a bit on the scary side right there. Well, let's go ahead. I wasn't going to do this, but we will now that the warnings have subsided for the tornado. Let's go ahead and get to that closing money news with Michelle Frenson.
A free fall for stocks with investors both in the U.S. and around the world reeling from President Trump's latest tariffs. The Dow plummeted 1,679 points, or almost 4%. The S&P dropped 275 points, or 4.8%. The Nasdaq sank 1,050 points, or almost 6%. The Nasdaq Composite and S&P 500 had their worst days since 2020. And in markets abroad, France's CAC dropped 3%, Germany's DAX lost 3%, and Japan's Nikkei fell almost 3%. Some of the biggest losers are in the tech world. Apple shares fell 9% because of worries about a disruption to its supply chain. The so-called Magnificent Seven stocks that led the market rally over the past 2 years were on pace to shed roughly $800 billion in market cap. Everything from gold to crude oil to the value of the U.S. dollar against other currencies fell.
That is the latest news. We've got traffic coming up and, of course, the continued weather coverage. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Thankfully, traffic volume around the city, not that bad, but we still have some accidents to get to here. 40 eastbound at Donaldson Pike. That would be exit 216 there near the airport. We've got a crash. Also in Smyrna, 24 eastbound at exit 70, a wreck. In Hermitage, a couple of problems. Lebanon Pike, east of Old Hickory Boulevard East, a wreck there. And another Old Hickory Boulevard just south of I-40 East. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every afternoon on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy for Men of Valor. What a wonderful organization. What a wonderful cause. They go into the prison systems in the state of Tennessee, and they counsel men in crisis. They talk with them through Bible study. They meet with them through classroom instruction, and they counsel them on the way to a better life when they get out. And most men do get out of the prison system, and hopefully they enjoy a life of giving as opposed to a life of taking. And when they experience Men of Valor, and they graduate through the Men of Valor program, perhaps on campus in Nashville or in Knoxville, that significantly reduces the rate of recidivism in those individuals that are graduates of the program. See for yourself. Go and volunteer or perhaps give as you can to a wonderful organization like this, and we get back as much as we give, truly, because it saves us money in the long run in terms of preventing people from going back into the prison system. MOVministry.com. That's MOVministry.com for Men of Valor. Getting a lot of images from you on the super text line, and I'm working toward, I think I've figured out a workaround. If you follow me at Matt Murphy Show on the X machine, then I'm sharing two photographs from you. One is Nolensville about 20 minutes ago. This is Nolensville right near the sun. I would give a hat tip to who sent me this, but I don't know who sent it to me. I guess it was Kevin on the super text line. Kevin, thank you. Hat tip to you. Kevin, I did not give you the same hat tip on social media, and I apologize for that. But there's one coming out of Nolensville, and the other was in Columbia, and I'm just going to label this one Columbia. And I'm just trying to get what we're seeing, what our spotters are seeing on the ground to you as quickly as possible. So if you go over to at Matt Murphy Show, that's at Matt Murphy Show on the X machine, you'll see, just a couple of photographs, and you can forward me yours at Matt Murphy Show, which might expedite the process a little bit. I appreciate those on the super text line, and I'll try to transpose those over as I can. But just looking at just some very serious-looking clouds, very dangerous-looking events in and around from a weather perspective. And I know we don't want to talk about it again. I don't take any joy out of talking weather. I'm fascinated by the weather. I'm fascinated with the power of God and the power of Mother Nature. At the same time, it's very important that folks know what's coming their way. Right now, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me reset on weather, and then we'll move on to a couple of other things if possible. I am being told that there is a new ground stop in – I want to confirm this, but I'm being told there is a new ground stop at Nashville International Airport until 6. Is that right? That is a spotter on the super text line. So I would trust 1088 writes in and says ground stop at the airport until 8 o'clock tonight. I think 1088, based on past experience, would be a good resource for that type of information. So if you are planning on flying out, or if you have plans to get to the airport to pick someone up or whatnot, there's a ground stop happening right now, and that's going to cause considerable delays at the airport. Let me get back to the National Weather Service. Let's see. Memphis has really we just have tornado warnings. No, thunderstorm warnings in our area right now, and just some nasty weather moving through. Let's see. I don't see any. There's no tornado warnings on the board. Only severe thunderstorm warnings moving through the area. There's more storms expected throughout the course of the evening tonight. And hopefully it'll wrap up before the overnight hours. Someone sent me a note, Port Royal by the Kroger on Spring Road. Boy, that looks like a funnel cloud to me. I think the expectation will be that there was a funnel cloud, whether it hit the ground or not remains to be seen, but no question that while those clouds are getting lower and lower, some reports that I'm getting in from the super texters, very little rotation. Others are saying there is rotation within the systems, and a lot of you are sending me in your photos. Send them, if you can send them to the X machine at Matt Murphy Show. That would help me out a little bit, but I appreciate them on the super text line as well, 615-737-9986. And boy, some of these, that's a good one. Steve just sent me, and that's very fried. Yeah, see, that's a system that's rotating, but it doesn't look on the ground yet. You can see there's a layer that prevents it from getting on the ground. Steve, thank you for that image. We'll try to get some of those images up as best we can as the show progresses. 444, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Major storm system that is not tornadic in nature is moving into the, Boxwood? Boston. That same area of, just to the west of Thompson Station. And, is that Leaper's Fork in that area too? Just north and to the west of Spring Hill. I guess that's Burwood, not Boxwood. I read that wrong. Theta is another community in that area. You've got the major brunt of a significant system that is not tornadic, or at least it's not being called tornadic. Just severe thunderstorm warnings in Murray County, Rutherford County, Williamson County, Hickman County, and Davidson County as we speak. Did you guys hear? I know that you did, Jay Harper. Did you, Chris, hear about this guy that got struck by lightning?
Yeah, I saw
Yeah, in Green Hills.
Incredible. A person, I believe this person's unnamed, at least in the story that I read, coming from Fox 17. A person was struck by lightning overnight as we saw those storms move through the area. Metro Police Dispatch confirmed the victim was outside when they were struck at the Hilton on Cleghorn Avenue in Nashville's Green Hills neighborhood. Nashville Fire said that crews arrived at the scene. That person was awake and alert. And he then, the victim, and they're using they pronouns, so I don't know. I don't know if this was a male or a female, but the victim said that they were not injured besides feeling tingly.
I suppose that would happen, yeah.
Normally when you feel all tingly, that's because you've been on Lower Broadway all night on a Saturday night.
That's a different kind of tingle.
That's a different kind of tingly. But they were not transported to the hospital and did not apparently sustain serious enough injuries to be transported. So I suppose that's incredible.
I grew up with a kid that was struck by lightning. He was weird. Well, I don't know if he was weird before the lightning strike, but he definitely was afterwards.
What do you mean he was weird?
He was just a different character. I don't know how to explain it. He was just different.
He's all jumpy?
Maybe, yeah.
That commercial, I don't even know who it's for. I think it's for a cable company or a direct TV or something or another. The one with the pigeons. You watch, they're on the line and they're like looking through the windows at TV. And Henry Winkler is one of the voices, and I think Steve Buscemi is one of the other voices. Mm-hmm. But there's a new version of that where a squirrel shows up. And they're talking about, did you hear about, DirecTV and what they're doing? Oh, no, it's awesome. And this squirrel shows up. Oh, God, no, it's true. Oh, no, they can bundle things together. And it's just like acting like a squirrel would act. And the Buscemi pigeon says, have you recently been electrocuted? It wears me out every time I see it. Wears me out every time I see it. All right, so looks like we can move away from weather coverage right now. I just want to make sure that we get it out of our, hopefully we have it out of our entire system, but I fear that some of these things are going to pop back up any moment. This severe thunderstorm warning is getting a lot of attention on News Channel 4, WSMV, our television partner in the Thompson Station, Spring Hill area, mainly because there is a certain amount of rotation, not enough rotation where it is considered a tornado warning via radar, but enough where they're causing it a little bit. They're talking about it quite a bit. George writes in. He sends us these clouds that are dipping down, and they almost look like wedge form tornadoes. I don't think they are. I don't think any. I don't believe that these are hitting the ground. They just look like they're hitting the ground, and it looks very scary when you see them from a distance because you don't know whether they're hitting the ground or not. Kathy writes in and says, I just got this from my daughter, and then I don't know what it is. I'll try to open that up for you. So just trying to, no doubt. Scott writes in and says the guy that got struck by lightning needs to go buy a lottery ticket. No, I'd say everybody always says that. No, he just got his luck.
Yeah, he's still alive after being struck by lightning.
Right.
Yeah.
That was his lottery ticket.
I would say so. Yeah.
I don't think it's a good time to buy a lottery ticket. I think it's a waste of money. All of your luck levels are at empty right now. You just depleted whatever luck you've built up. Mm-hmm. You just depleted that luck. You got struck by lightning, and you were sitting on a curb talking to police officers after it happened.
Yep. That's about as good a luck as you could hope for.
And according to Chris Webber, you're going to live the rest of your life, quote, weird, end quote.
My dad claimed that he was struck by lightning twice in his life, living in Oklahoma with all the tornadoes.
Wow.
And, I wasn't going to dispute dear old dad. But he always was kind of weird.
Jay, there are, there are people that would tell you that some people have a predisposition to that. There are people that work outside a lot. There's a guy in the record book, in the Guinness Book of World Records, who got struck by lightning. He was a national park ranger, and y'all can look him up. I don't want to get the details wrong, but he was a national park ranger, and I want to say that he was struck by lightning 7 times.
Wow.
7 times. But it drove him crazy. He committed suicide, sadly. Because he became convinced. You're a park ranger. You get struck once, okay. You're always outside. You're in areas where there's storm systems or whatever. Then he gets struck again. There are many different articles and essays about this guy that you can look up. But at some point along the way, he became convinced that the lightning was chasing him.
Well,
and you know what?
Hard to argue with that.
I mean, after the third strike or even the fourth, I mean, it would be a little bit tough to argue. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe he ended up taking his own life, sadly, a little bit later on in his life.
Matt, you also hear the stories about people who claim after they've been struck by lightning that they develop these, insane abilities to do math or become psychic or, things that
play the piano.
Yeah, things that they had no clue how to do previously, and something perhaps happened in their brain.
I read a story years ago, Jay, about a woman. I don't know that it was a lightning strike, but very similar to what you're talking about, that she woke up and spoke German and had never spoken German a day in her life.
Yeah.
But suddenly she speaks German.
Weird stuff like that. I don't know.
Man, the human brain. What an absolute miracle it is. 51 after for most of us. Not that kid that got struck by lightning in Chris Webber's class. Apparently that kid just turned weird. I'm just gonna go with this story and explore how large we can make it. Do you remember first name?
I think it was Freddie.
Freddie.
I think that was his name.
He didn't go on to become mayor of Nashville, did he?
No, different Freddie. Although that would explain things.
I think that would explain a lot. 51 after the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, friends. Real quick, I'm getting conflicting reports. I need to get this out as soon as possible, and we'll get back to Grace Point Healthcare in a moment. That we got a report of a ground stop. I'm trying to confirm this. See what you can find out, because now I'm getting conflicting reports, and I don't want to give an erroneous report and screw up your travel plan. So just suffice it to say that carry on as normal with B&A Airport, and we'll figure it out. And 1088, you've let me down if you've given me bad information. That said, Grace Point Healthcare. Let's talk about your health, right? I mean, it's everything. It's everything. Your health means everything to you and your family members above all else. And if I told you that we have affordable, convenient, and comprehensive medicine in a direct pay format that's going to cost you in the long run less money than other places, then I would think that would perk your ears up. It's right in Franklin. It's Grace Point Healthcare. They believe in bringing us back to the old ways. Now, this is modern medicine with all of the modern amenities that you would expect in a doctor's office in 2025, but they have an old-fashioned attitude that they believe in the doctor-patient relationship. They don't believe that insurance companies should be making decisions. Doctors should be making decisions with your consult, and that's what they do at Grace Point. As a matter of fact, the basic Smart Care plan, $69 a month. It includes free office visits and basic labs and diagnostic testing. Grace Point Healthcare also believes in treating you holistically whenever possible, and they do so. They're treated naturally. Patients are whenever possible, and you can get appointments same day or next day. Grace Point Healthcare in Franklin, 599-6868, 599-6868. Grace Point Healthcare, modern medicine delivered the old-fashioned way. Hello, friends. It's Matt Murphy, and I want to tell you about a great event coming to Nashville called Roll Call 3.0. We've had Jason Whitlock on our program on a couple of occasions, and we are proud to be associated with this fine event coming to Nashville May 2nd and May 3rd, featuring Jason Whitlock and Tucker Carlson. It's a 2-day event. You don't want to miss this. It's more than just a conference. It's a call to action. Roll Call 3.0 is about uniting bold, faith-driven men to stand strong in today's culture. Kicks off Friday, May 2nd, a VIP evening at 3rd and Lindsley, featuring a conversation with Jason himself and Tucker Carlson with live country music. Saturday, the event moves to Rocketown for a full day of inspiration and insight. Speakers include names that you know, like Alan Jackson of World Outreach Church, Idaho's Doug Wilson, Chicago's Corey Brooks, and much, much more. Breakfast with Jason on Saturday, an intimate morning session that will set the tone for the powerful day. Saturday wraps up with a VIP post-event dinner, an exclusive opportunity to connect directly with Jason Whitlock and the Duggar Band. It's open to everybody, and all you need to secure your tickets is to go to fearlessrollcall.com. That's fearlessrollcall.com. It's an event that you do not want to miss. It's Roll Call 3.0.
Well, among other things, we will fill you in on some school closures for tomorrow for some area schools. So we'll have that and more for you at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, storms abound, confusion as well. What's open, what's closed, what's stopped, what's not. A ground stop, for those that don't know, I got someone saying, I'm confused. What is a ground stop at an airport? A ground stop means that no flights are coming in or out. There was an expiration of the ground stop at 3:30. I think the confusion was there was a ground stop briefly because of a very severe storm that was being called a tornado warning at the time that was moving toward Nashville International Airport, and the FAA issued the ground stop at 2:27 local time. It expired at 3:30, and there's been nothing to indicate that ground stop is currently in place. So everything should be good, although I would expect good is a relative term. Good in terms of flights going in, coming out. It's probably not good at the airport considering these storms have to create delays. They have to create problems. They have to create hassles. You know what? Just you can find some of the best music in the United States of America at the B&A airport.
I bet they're going to play Wagon Wheel for you. That's what I hear anyway.
You gotta be that way.
Why you gotta be that way?
I bet your buddy Freddie would love a good rendition of Wagon Wheel at the airport. So we'll reset. We got news coming up. Your calls as well. 615-737-9986. What else is going on in the news of the day? We'll cover it for you next on Super Talk.
Good afternoon. It's 5 p.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll get you an official forecast here in a bit, but heck, we're talking weather here with you pretty much the entire afternoon. We do need to point out we are under a severe thunderstorm warning for Rutherford, Williamson, and Davidson counties. And looking at radar right now, the Cool Springs area, Franklin, they're getting another dose of some severe storms. They had some a little earlier, also up in Ashland City, Greenbrier, and then further back west, Waverly, Jackson. It's just on this northeasterly trek that if it continues that way, we could see some more fairly severe storms. before the night is through. Middle Tennessee is under an enhanced risk for areas along and west of I-65 for the evening, and a slight to marginal risk elsewhere in Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. We're still under a tornado watch currently until 10 o'clock this evening. Well, shifting off to, let me get to these schools. I need to get to that. We already have some schools indicating that they are going to close tomorrow. Let me run through the list here. It's not really that many. Cheatham County schools closed tomorrow. Dixon County schools, they are closed as well on Friday. They will do virtual learning, however. Hickman County schools closed. Houston County closed, as well as Humphreys. Monroe County schools, Montgomery County schools. The Monroe County schools, it's virtual learning tomorrow. Perry County's closed. Robertson and Stewart counties. At least Robertson, we have not gotten a confirmation on their closure tomorrow. But Stewart County, we have received word that they will be closed tomorrow. So wanted to get that in there. So let's get to some other news here. Tariffs, they could have an impact on alcohol and not just what comes in from other countries. Here's Alex Stone.
At a Southern California craft brewery named Everywhere, one thing that could be changing is the cost of a brew. Founder Daniel Munoz has already received notices from suppliers that prices of their aluminum cans, kegs, and big fermentation tanks could be going up because of the tariffs.
If the cost of producing something goes up, that'll pass on to us and, eventually pass on to the consumer.
With their beer brewed and canned in aluminum, that's a big deal.
President Trump, he talked to reporters today as he was headed to Florida. He insists the tariffs that he's imposed will help the U.S. in the long run.
President Trump downplayed the reaction from Wall Street to his announcement of sweeping tariffs on countries all over the world, comparing the U.S. economy to a patient after surgery.
I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on. And it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is.
The president insisted the markets are going to, quote, boom, and so is the country, even as stocks were down sharply all day Thursday.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Well, the good news, for the most part, volume on area roadways really not all that bad. We are seeing congestion on 65 northbound there at the Vietnam Vet split. Also, On 40 eastbound near Fessler's Lane, as you approach the airport, we've actually got a crash that we're still trying to clear there, headed toward the airport on 40 at exit 216. Also, the 440 junction there at 24, that's pretty backed up. But once you get past Briley, it really doesn't look all that bad. But let's go ahead and brief you on a wreck here, 24 eastbound at exit 74 in Murfreesboro. Off of 840. So it's 24 at 840. We've got a crash that has just come in. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every afternoon on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Here we go, 5:07. Man, oh man, already 2 hours down on the Matt Murphy portion of the broadcast day. Super Talk 99.7 WTN, happy to be with you. It is an incredibly busy day. Obviously, lots of things going on in headlines, as you might expect, on a typical Thursday afternoon, April 3rd. It's our episode 783. Actually, no, pardon me, 784. I forgot to update that. And we're watching the skies and we're watching the weather. Obviously, that's the big news. From last night and in the overnight hours, so many of you woken up to the sounds of sirens from outside of your house. More on that in a second. You're also concerned about weather coming in today. Hopefully you made it out of the storms from last evening, safe and sound. And there's another batch that is currently moving through our area in Middle Tennessee. We had some tornado warnings about an hour or so, a little over an hour or so ago. We do not have any tornado warnings in the viewing area, the listening area right now in Middle Tennessee, but they could pop up at any moment because there are storms that are coming through, creating significant havoc just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. As Jay Harper noted, luckily, many people have had, it seems, based on traffic volume, the ability to stay home today. Most school systems, if not every school system in the sound of my voice, was out today, closed as a result of the storms that came through overnight. There's an expectation that there will be delays or closures for tomorrow as well. And many of you have taken an opportunity to stay home just based on some of the localized flooding. There are flood warnings that are going on all throughout our community. I'm going to run down those in just a moment. There are tornado watches in most of our area as well. And obviously, there are several severe thunderstorm warnings that continue for Middle Tennessee. Perry County, Humphreys County, Hickman County has a severe thunderstorm warning going on right now. And that's just, a severe thunderstorm has risen to the level that it's ferocious enough that the National Weather Service wants to warn you about it, with hail coming in and damaging straight-line winds and whatnot. No tornado warnings currently, and that is great news. But there is a great concern about flash flooding. And flash flooding warnings are in effect. Warning, somebody just wrote me and said, I swear they change these things every year. A watch was a watch, and now it's a warning. It's never been changed. And I understand that some folks have difficulty with it, and maybe it's because I'm in the industry that I do not. But, I get it, that some people, they can't keep it up. A watch is merely telling you that the weather people recognize that over the next day or 2 or 3, that conditions are favorable for really bad weather, depending on what the watch is. All they're saying is, hey, you might want to keep a watch on the weather. You might want to keep a watch on the weather. That's it. And it's as simple as that to understand. The conditions are vary from circumstance to circumstance. A warning is just that, a warning to you that this nasty weather that we told you to look out for, it is here and it is coming and it is bad. because of the radar technology, and someone on the super text line said, there was a time when a watch was just, you look out for it and a warning was it's here, and I wish we could go back to those days. I don't think we do. I remember going through, I've been through many hurricanes. I've only had 2 close calls in my life with a tornado. And one of them was in childhood, where I was out in the middle of the country in a double-wide trailer. And it was a brief period of time where my mother, after her brain surgery, she got back on her feet enough. She remarried. And my stepfather wasn't a big fan of humans, especially small humans, so he wasn't a big fan of the kids, but whatever. Anyway, we were watching television, and there was a tornado warning, and we were like, oh, okay, and it was a county-wide thing, and you don't know what part of the county it's in, and you don't know what direction it's going in. There were no polygons. There were no significant radar could indicate to you that it is coming right in your direction. But I knew, even at the age of like 8 years old, 9 years old, which is what I was at the time, that you don't want to hear a train. I knew 2 things at like 9 years old. I knew that it sounds like a train, and you don't want to be in a trailer. And we heard the train, my brother and I did, and we ran into the living area where Lane and my mother were. And we said, we hear a train. And Lane says, well, you get into the bathroom. And my brother's like, I might be making this up in my head, but I remember him saying, we're in a trailer. And we didn't get out of the trailer. And the trailer shook and rocked, and it was bad. And apparently it passed like within several hundred yards of us. But ultimately, safe and sound. You ever been through one?
I have not, thankfully.
Wilson went through, his house got popped. He wasn't there, though, right?
He had just left. He was on his way to down here to work.
Oh, wow.
Because of the storm warnings that morning. Yeah, he just missed it. It very well could have damaged him in addition to the damage, because it took the bedroom wall off of his house that he was in.
That was the big Mount Juliet event that destroyed so many houses and took the school, I think.
I think so, yeah.
The elementary school that eventually got rebuilt, and it's been rebuilt on South Mount Juliet Road now. That's it took the wall of his bedroom out?
Yeah. I think he said that a neighbor's car was thrown into the wall of his home. Yeah.
Yeah, boy,
scary.
That's scary.
Yeah.
What about you, Harper?
Yeah, we lived in Gallatin when I believe it was not 1998 when all of those tornadoes, bro. The one that went through downtown Nashville at the time. But we were up in Gallatin, and we were living on Highway 109, and there were homes across the street from us that got leveled, and the tornado bounced. It bounced over the road and bounced over our house, thankfully.
Yeah.
And continued to tear stuff up in the woods behind us. So we certainly got lucky. I grew up on the Gulf Coast, Matt. So, the hurricanes.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm with you. But the thing about hurricanes is, they're coming. But tornadoes, become a problem in the hurricanes.
Well, that's right. And the obvious difference is tornadoes, in a broader storm system, they're localized.
Right.
They affect a relatively small percentage of homes and population, but they are devastating for those homes that they affect. Hurricanes are just so much more widespread and long-lasting. And everybody that goes through, anybody that I've talked to, I've been through a Cat 2, and it was bad, and I never want to go through a hurricane again. I've known people that have gone through Cat 3 and Cat 4 hurricanes, and every one of them say the same thing. Shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Should not have been there. Should not have done it, because those are bad news as well. Well, hopefully all of y'all are safe and all of y'all are sound. I mean, my experience with tornadoes doing this job leads me back to April 27th of 2011. That was just a disastrous day. I don't know what it was like in Tennessee. I think it was more damaging in Alabama. It was a little bit south of Tennessee, but that's a day that I think there were 90-something tornadoes in one day. It was a huge widespread outbreak across the southeast. There were 5 EF5 category tornadoes alone in Alabama. Over 250 people died that day in Alabama. And I related this story in the past when you have an official from the National Weather Service that you know and trust. This guy's name was Jim Stefkovich. And I'd had Jim on for years, and I trusted him because Jim wasn't here to scare people. He wasn't here to get on television. He wasn't here to roll his sleeves up and, spend 8 hours on TV, point out polygons. He just wanted to, tell the straight skinny about what was going to go down. And that morning, and this shows you, and it kind of circles back to, I wish it were the old days and all that stuff. No, you don't. You really don't. I mean, you might think you do, you don't. Stefkovich at 6 o'clock in the morning said, we were talking about, this round of storms coming in this afternoon, and it should be bad, and let's talk to Jim about it, and hey, what's going on? Well, and at one point he said, I'm so concerned because I know that there are going to be people that die today. And I'm like, what? Well, hold on a second. What are you talking about? He said, Matt, this storm is going to kill people. That's how sure we are about its severity. And sadly, he was right. I mean, I love it is a blessing to live in the Southeast. Y'all know that if you've been here for any length of time, or if you're here just fresh out of California or Washington or wherever you came from, you know why you moved here. But what they didn't tell you is that you have to deal with this crap from time to time. And, it's a pain not knowing when or if or where or whatever. But, it is the trade-off that you get living in God's country in the great state of Tennessee, the volunteer state. So we'll continue covering the weather. We'll continue sharing with you what we know about the current situation. There's also, I mentioned, flood warnings in Cheatham, Davidson, Dixon, Houston, Humphreys, Montgomery, Robertson, Stewart, and Sumner County. And those flood warnings are until 8 o'clock tonight. We've seen images of this, and I've posted some of those images up on my X Machine page, at Matt Murphy Show. If you're on the X and not following me, you're doing it wrong. At Matt Murphy Show. That's at Matt Murphy Show. You can see some of the floodwaters in our community. It was expected. And let me tell you, we were talking about this overnight last night. I was not here in 2010. Were y'all here in 2010? Call me if you were and recall the floods. Were you here in 2010?
I was not, no.
These floods that happened during that time where the entire lower Broadway area was flooded because of the Cumberland River. Jay, were you here in 2010?
Yeah, and Opry Mills Mall was totally underwater.
I mean, didn't that destroyed them all for over a year, right?
Yeah, that thing was out of commission for quite some time.
Oh, man. So the fear now is that this stationary system that went over last night has dumped. I mean, we're saturated. We're full. Everybody's full. We're over full. And yet we're still getting more and more rain today, more and more rain tonight. And the concern is that the Cumberland River will not be able to contain it. And what happens after that? I don't know the answers to that question, but it's a question if you know the answers to. We'd love to hear from you, 615-737-9986. Severe thunderstorm moving through Mount Juliet in the next few minutes. And in that general area heading in a northeasterly pattern. And so we'll cover that for you as well on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. In other news, the war against female sports continues on the part of the political left. Who knew that the left in 2025 would be an entity that seems to be anti-female sports? The latest in the movement to allow men to compete in and excel in women's athletics comes to us from the University of Maryland. I posted this up on the X Machine. I've got two stories on it now. It involves a female fencer. Fencing, an age-old sport, I guess, if you will. I don't pretend to understand the ins and outs of fencing, but anytime I see a couple of folks fencing, I'm all in. Well, you have male fencing and female fencing. Female fencer Stephanie Turner was at a regional tournament at the University of Maryland. And in a now viral video that is going all across the internet, once again, you can find it on my page, you can see she is about to engage in a fencing contest with another opponent. And she, before, they do the on guard. I don't know what they do. On guard, I think is the thing they say. And they got the masks on. And as they prepare to fence, Stephanie Turner takes a step back and takes a knee and takes off her mask and kneels on the mat in a way to seemingly concede the match. Well, that's exactly what she was doing. There was a verbal exchange. Someone came to her and said something and then went away. This was one of the conductors of the match. Her opponent came over to her. Her opponent is obviously a male competing in a female division because that person identifies as a female. And Stephanie Turner had to tell this fella that she did not wish to compete against him. She has now been interviewed by Fox News, and here's what a portion of that interview sounds like.
There's nothing for me, and there's everything for him, because I have no choice as a woman, as a female, in where I compete. I am a woman, and I have an athletic disadvantage to men. Initially, I told them that I was refusing defense because this person is a man and I am a woman, and this is a women's tournament, and I refuse to fence on principle. My opponent was a little bit confused, thinking that I was maybe hurt, and I said, no, I am refusing to fence you because I'm a woman and you are a man. I have much love and respect for you, but I will not compete against you. His response was, okay, but there's a member of the board of directors here, and he supports me, and there's a policy that says that I'm a woman and I'm allowed to compete in the women's tournament, and if you do this, you're going to get black carded. And I said, I know.
That's Stephanie Turner speaking out after taking a knee and refusing to fight a trans opponent in a regional tournament at the University of Maryland. We need more Stephanie Turners in our life, more Stephanie Turners in the world. More women need to begin doing this. More young women need to begin doing this. And I'm sad for her, and I'm sad for the competition or the lack thereof, but we need this in our lives to stop the madness that is biological males taking over female sports. All right, more on that, more on the 2010 floods. A lot of you want to comment on that. I know many of you were here. Is this a similar dynamic to what happened in 2010? Are you worried about that? 23 after the hour on Super Talk. Hey, friends, Matt Murphy here, talking about a Save the Date event at the Glock store. It's the 5th annual Nashville Open House. Have you been to these open houses? They are crazy. I mean, I love them. I mean, I've been to 2 now, I believe it is, and I can't wait for the next one. Saturday, May 31st. Now, I know that's down the road a ways, but I want you to go ahead and mark your calendar. I'll have more details as things get finalized, but they have always had entertaining speakers. They even let me get up and speak from time to time. Incredible activities, awesome store-wide discounts. Last year, let me just give you an example. They gave away over $15,000 worth of great gun gear. 25 Red Dot Optics, they had a below-cost flash sale on Glock handguns. To top it off, they gave away a custom Glock that was worth over $1,800. And rumor has it, they're not only giving away one, they're giving away multiple Glocks this year. Chris will be there, Dan will be there, I will be there. Saturday, May 31st at 10 till 2. Pardon me, I had to sneeze. 10 till 2. My place to train, my place to visit when I need accessories or guns. It's the Glock store, minutes away from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Hello, friends. Matt Murphy for Genesis Diamonds. What a great organization they run at Genesis Diamonds with 2 fine locations to serve you, one in Green Hills and the other in Cool Springs. Let's talk about the integrity of Genesis Diamonds. Here's where it starts, right? At Genesis Diamonds, when you walk in the showroom, they're never, ever going to try to sell you something that you don't want because they don't. There's no advantage for them. That's why they don't commission their salespeople. It's important. They pay their employees, not you. So you're never under any pressure to buy because they're not under any pressure to sell. Secondarily, they're going to educate you on the diamond buying experience. I mean, they'll teach you what this cut, this clarity, and all of that it means. Another thing at Genesis Diamonds, they don't play pricing games with you. At Genesis Diamonds, you will love the experience. I promise you that. You'll love the price point. I promise you that. Satisfaction abounds at Genesis Diamonds. Please tell them that I sent you to Genesis Diamonds. Either location, Green Hills or Cool Springs. You'll love the experience. Trust me, it's Genesis Diamonds.
Well, with the weather issues out there, it has forced a number of area schools to close for tomorrow. We'll fill you in on those, at least the ones we have thus far. Also, a federal judge threatens to hold the Trump administration in contempt. We'll tell you why. Those and other stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, the Canadians are being encouraged to avoid vacationing in the United States of America. All right.
That's too bad.
I mean, too bad for y'all. Have you you ever been to Canada?
I have not.
I haven't either. I got close.
I've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
From Niagara Falls.
I did. I saw it from over there, too. It looked nice.
Yeah.
It looked nice on the Canadian
little
side.
Casino.
Oh, yeah.
Over there, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would like, well, we had one on the, did we have one on the Niagara Falls side? Yeah, Seneca. I think that's right.
All right.
Well, one way or the other. It looked nice over there. But when I tried to walk over, they said I needed my passport, and I didn't have my passport on me. So, their loss. I think I walked away from Niagara Falls more convinced than ever that we should just take the Horseshoe Falls. I mean, screw them. Right, that was the big thing. Is these are the American Falls, and the Horseshoe Falls. Oh, that's on the Canadian side. Why is that? I mean, who said that?
Whoever drew the line on the map.
I just don't feel like Canada could do much about it if we just decided we're just.
It's ours now. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, somebody should. Do you have the number to President DJT? We need to. I mean, hell, let's take the whole thing. Let's just take Canada.
I think he's already thinking about that.
I think I'm a little late to this conversation. All right, ask and ye shall receive. I asked for those of you who are around during the 2010 floods, are we jumping the gun here? Is it less than that? Are we suggesting that this might lead to some of those issues? Let's talk to you about it. Ethan is first up in Franklin. Ethan, thank you for the call. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for answering.
Yes, sir.
I take it with a grain of salt. I'm interested to hear what some other people say. I was 12, 13 years old when it happened, but I was downtown Franklin, and I do remember them, doing a curfew, and they had dispatched the National Guard. But we traveled around town to look at some of the damage, and I remember people water skiing behind pickup trucks down Main Street in Franklin.
Wow. So, that seems considerably more dramatic than what we're seeing now, based on that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, great report. No, Ethan, I'm encouraging people to call in and give their report. I got a little bit distracted while Ethan was calling me. Can I tell you why real quick before we get to Jay Harper?
Sure.
On the super text line, I got this. I feel pretty good about myself. I'm trying to do a little more exercise. I'm thinking about getting one of those. Have you seen those things advertised online you don't do the Facebook and whatever. Thinking about, getting my pecs in order. And this is 3225 says, I got Super Talk TV up on my television in the living room. My wife not paying attention. Casually, my wife looks up and says, "Oh, that's him?" Then says, "He has boobs."
Maybe he was referring to Chris and me, perhaps.
That makes you feel better.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Boob Boy will be back in moments on Super Talk.
Good afternoon. 32 minutes past 5 p.m. And I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll get to a full forecast and a traffic report here in a minute. Yes, all of the weather craziness has gone ahead and forced the closure of some schools just to be on the safe side in our listening area here. Let's get to what we have thus far. Cheatham County schools closed tomorrow. Dixon County also closed. All of these schools I'm going to mention are closed tomorrow, okay? So again, Dixon County schools closed, along with Hickman County, Houston County, Humphreys County, Montgomery County, Perry, and Stewart County schools are also closed. Now, Monroe County schools, they will be doing the virtual learning tomorrow. And Dixon County, they too will be doing virtual only for tomorrow. So if we get more of those school closures, of course, we'll pass all that along. Getting to some other news here, President Trump defending his tariffs on multiple countries after the sell-off today on Wall Street. On the first day the tariffs went into effect, the major stock indices had their worst trading day since 2020. Speaking to reporters on Air Force One tonight, the president said the tariffs place the U.S. in a position of strength.
The tariffs give us great power to negotiate. Always have. I've used them very well in the first administration, as you saw, but now we're taking it to a whole new level because it's a worldwide situation.
Well, a federal judge now says he may hold the Trump administration in contempt over the deportation flights of Venezuelan migrants under the Alien Enemies Act. U.S. District Judge James Boasberg, he issued a temporary restraining order on the flights and told the administration to turn some planes around, but he was ignored. The administration says the verbal order was not official. But at a hearing today in Washington, the judge threatened to force federal officials to testify under oath about what they knew and when. And after the hearing, ACLU attorney Lee Glenert said he's pleased that the court continues to press for answers.
The government has made a variety of technical arguments. None, we think, hold up. So we are pleased that the court is going to probe further on what exactly happened that night.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I do see that Lawrence, Lewis, Wayne, Dixon, Humphreys, and Hickman and Perry counties are now under a tornado warning that is due to expire here in about 26 minutes at 6 p.m. Of course, Matt and I will continue to get into that as more develops on that. All right, I'm Jay Harper. This is WTN News. Well, we do have a report. This is an injury accident, and actually we also had some folks on the super text line bring this to our attention. This is Interstate 40 eastbound right after I-840 there near exit 176. It's actually in the Burns area there in Dixon County. A tractor trailer has gotten into an accident there, and the right lane is blocked. In Antioch, 24 eastbound, the left lane's blocked right after Haywood Lane. There's been a crash there. And going the other direction, 24 westbound at exit 52, we also have a crash. And let's see. Yes, that truck we mentioned there in Dixon County, that's a jackknife truck that apparently is hanging over the guardrail. You got somebody that's hurt there. That could be pretty nasty and caused quite the delay. We'll keep you posted on that as best we can. We've got your traffic every morning and afternoon on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Friends, if you have pest issues, it is a storm that you can easily stop through U.S. Pest. J.K. and Erica Brister want to be that calm that helps you get back to life and living a life of your choosing. If you avoid the outdoors because of springtime or summertime pests, if you're concerned about ticks or fleas outside and it's a concern for you, your family, your pets even, let's get some full-service pest control outside and inside of your home through U.S. Pest. Termite protection is obviously a need for all of us in the state of Tennessee. We're all at risk. Full-service pest control is something that you want to look into, and crawl space service as well. They all do it at U.S. Pest. The purpose of pest control is simple: to keep those bugs off your property, to keep those diseases that they bring with them off your property as well. Now's the time to get this done, folks. Go to uspest.com. That's uspest.com. Call the best. Call U.S. Pest, 590-1260. That's 590-1260. Friends, Tennessee Men's Clinic is here for you and all of your energy needs when you need them. Here's the bottom line, gentlemen. I know how guys are. I know that if you've noticed a decrease in your energy, you just want to pretend it's not happening, or maybe just struggle at the gym and try to work through it. Could it be T-levels? If it is a T-level issue, folks, there's nothing to be ashamed about. T-level drops are natural for men as they age, but they don't have to happen because we can get your T-levels back up to where they used to be and get you back into the ring, back into the game, and back into that intimate romantic relationship that you have lost over the years. It's time to make this happen. Let's call the Tennessee Men's Clinic today. TennesseeMen'sClinic.com online. 2 locations, one's in Cool Springs and the other in Midtown. Here's the number for both, 615-208-9090. 615-208-9090 for Tennessee Men's Clinic. All right, tornado warning happening right now just outside of Dixon. I'll get more on that in just a moment. In the meantime, 1960 says, Matt, your story about your pecs was interrupted by the weather. Can you please repeat it? Answer, no, I cannot. Not repeating any of that. 2637 says, oh, Matt, do you need a lift? I need an emotional boost. Yes, thank you. I could use that. Felt like I was doing pretty good. You know, I feel like I've lost a couple pounds, wouldn't you say? I mean, I know you don't go about your day looking at how much I weigh, but I mean, I feel like
I'm not a good judge of that. I don't pay that much attention to you, quite frankly, Matt.
That's hurtful. You know,
well, I could have said, "Nah, you look just as fat as always." Would that have been better?
You know, Weber, hurt people hurt people. That's what I've always been told. Hurt people hurt people. Who's hurt you? Show me on the doll. One way or the other, y'all can go, pound sand. So let's shift back to more serious issues. 541, there has been rotation detected outside of Collinwood and Waynesboro. That is near Lawrenceburg. And that is way to the south and way to the west, if I'm not mistaken. But that is one of these situations that we're concerned that it's going to move into the Columbia area, into Culleoka, before you know it. I'm just looking at the radar screen here on my monitor in the studios. And yeah, it's obviously a serious situation. So let's get back to our warnings. Tornado warning will remain into effect until 6 o'clock tonight. For Lewis County, northeastern Wayne counties, and northwestern Lawrence County. This is a confirmed tornado, by the way. This is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. So we're going to take this one a little more seriously than these radar-indicated tornadoes, only because we know that it is on the ground. So let me give you the details. A confirmed tornado as of 5:36, some 7 minutes ago, confirmed on the ground near Waynesboro, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. The weather spotters have confirmed it, as I mentioned. Obviously, your concerns are debris and damage due to the storm. It is expected to be in Mount Pleasant just after 6 o'clock tonight. It is expected to be in Southport by 6:08. Crestview, just backing up here, Crestview, you're in the zone at 5:55 tonight. So that's in a little more than 10 minutes. You need to go ahead and, do what you need to do. This is just south of Hohenwald, and this area has already been popped time and time again through these systems. Take advantage of the heads up. Crestview, Southport, I think that is, Mount Pleasant leading into Columbia, and then before you know it, it's at I-65. So if you know of anyone in Mount Pleasant and Southport and Crestview and Columbia, if you are there now, this is a time where you need to, kind of figure out what you want to do, because this storm system is going to be on you, and it is one that has been confirmed to be on the ground. So let's see, southwestern Lewis. I'm trying to see if there's any other cities that are in the path of this storm. I don't see anything right now. There is another radar-indicated tornado warning that was issued at 5:30 today for until 6 for Dixon, Perry, Humphreys, and Hickman County. This has not been confirmed, but it is an indication on radar that there's a thunderstorm possible to producing a tornado 9 miles south of Hurricane Mills, or just north of Linden. This tornado was radar indicated. Areas of impact include, I feel like we've been saying a lot of these areas time and time again over the last 48 hours. Lobelville, Bonaqua, Pinewood, Prim Springs, Niles, Nunley, and Bucksnort, all in the path of that second storm that is radar indicated. So dealing with two tornado warnings right now, one just to the north of the other. It is a part of the same overall system, but these are the central areas of concern. Centerville is going to be a part of this storm, and Centerville's been popped again and again and again, and then eventually it gets to Fairview. Eventually it gets to Leapers Fork. It's the same path that these systems have been taking for the last couple of days. So while we monitor that situation, we talk about the possibility of flooding to the point that we saw in 2010. And for the most part on the super text line, I'm getting I don't think this is what that was. But, I lean on y'all who were here back then some 15 years ago. Dale is next in Murfreesboro. Hello, Dale.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well, Dale.
Good, yeah. You can find I'm sure you can find it on Channel 2 News and the 2010 flood. There is a school annex building floating down the interstate on Bell Road.
There's a what now?
A school annex building was on Interstate 24 floating down the road, floating down the interstate. I mean, it was on the news.
In 2010?
Yes.
Wow. Now that kind of puts the difference in perspective.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Wow. That's incredible, Dale.
Yeah, I just thought I'd.
Well, I mean, and, you know, perhaps we're jumping the gun just a little bit. I mean, I know that when that system stalled last night, there was some conversation about it. Thank you, Dale, for the call. You know, and most of you are saying the difference between then and now was in 2010, apparently it started raining and did not stop raining for 2 days. It was just a constant, consistent rainfall that did not let up. At least we've had breaks this morning into this afternoon. We had, and really, I mean, even with these systems that are moving through right now, we've got, you know, any number of breaks within the system where at least it stops for just a moment. I know that the ground is saturated. I know that we're dealing with a lot of that, but you know, obviously there are some of those moments. 7600 says, I remember a barn floating across our shed, a barn floating down the interstate, and then your caller just talked about this. So we had someone on the super text line telling me about a barn floating down the road, and a caller called in about a barn floating down the road. Right now, we've got two systems, one a confirmed tornado and the other a radar-indicated tornado affecting Lawrence, Lewis, Wayne, Dixon, Humphreys, and Hickman counties. At 47 after the hour of 5 o'clock, 13 until 6. Those two tornado warnings will be affecting. All right, let's deal with the top one. Pinewood, Nunley, East Hickman, Bon Aqua, and eventually over to Fairview. Now, let me give you some timestamps. Nunley at 5:54, Pinewood 5:56, Wrigley 6:03, Bon Aqua 6:06 tonight. Before you know it, that will be on you. If you're in those communities, please, I know that it's been a long couple of days. I know that you're tired of hearing this, but, you know, just take action as necessary to make sure that your health and safety is your number one priority. South of that, south of Hohenwald, that other system was confirmed as of 20 minutes ago to be on the ground, as of 20 minutes ago on the ground. And yeah, we're tracking that system as well. That is moving toward Columbia. It's going to reach a couple of locations prior to getting to Columbia, but I'm going to get some of those locations for you, and I'll get a timestamp for you just a couple of minutes from now. Definitely not 2010. Most of you are saying 2010 it rained for 4 straight days. The National Guard at the time was on drill. Nothing was normal. And a lot of you are saying that the Corps of Engineers kind of screwed the pooch back then. Maybe that's a conversation we need to have for another day, just as to how that happened. I'd be very curious to get your takes on that. The flood was horrible, but at least Nashville got cleaned. I hear you. I hear that. The Corps of Engineers pooped the bed as well, says 3989, and I've gotten a number of those a number of those types of super text. All right, 49 after the hour. Let me get to Ron real quick before we have to take a time out. Ron, you are up next on the Murphy Show on Super Talk. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Matt, I drive semi for a living. I was headed home during the 2010 floods, and I can tell y'all what happened. Of course, everybody talks about that Wolf Creek Dam up in Kentucky. It's just so amazing that right after I crossed that dam and coming back down into Tennessee, that a lot of the flood started. So I'm not taking blame for it for anything, but it seems like right after I left Kentucky, crossing the Wolf Creek Dam, that's when all the crap started. Come down 230, I made my way over towards Westmoreland, and then coming down 231, and they were already talking about downtown Lebanon being under a flood. Of course, I went around the downtown area and then made it out past Uncle Pete's there on 70, heading towards Smithville, and there was water everywhere. I mean, I was driving in 2 feet of water in my semi in some spots.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, no,
Yeah.
that was an epic. Yeah.
And it happened so fast. So fast. I mean, the roadbed up there on 231, just south of Westmoreland, actually gave way. Of course, it's all hillside right there anyway. But yeah, it took them a long time to get that roadbed fixed.
Well, and obviously, the points where people point out, and a lot of people have been pointing out these, locations. Thank you for the call, Ron. That Opry Mills Mall was underwater for a long time, so long that I'm told, it was almost 2 years that the mall had to be completely regutted, completely redone. Just there was a lot of widespread devastation, water devastation. That Briley Parkway was completely underwater at one point during the 2010 floods. Lower Broadway, closer to the river, was underwater at one point. I want to say that the Grand Ole Opry House was underwater. It would have been. If Opry Mills Mall was underwater. And I've been told an anecdotal story. I don't know that I've ever confirmed it, that they had to take great measures to protect the floor of the Opry House. It would make sense.
It's true. Yeah.
Because that's at least the circle certainly is a precious commodity. All right, we're tracking tornado warnings in Lawrence, Lewis, Wayne, Dixon, Humphreys, and Hickman counties. We'll continue doing so in just a moment. Give you an update right after this. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, friends. Matt Murphy for our friends at Stoltz Co. If you're thinking about building a post-frame building on your property, I would encourage you, you can look around all you want, but you're going to come back to Stoltz Co., and they know that as well. They are, simply put, the best in the business. They are the leading company in Middle Tennessee and beyond in building you a first-class post-frame building with first-class customer service and response. Whether it's a barn dominium, a pole barn, a garage, an equestrian space, or an event space, maybe it's just a what we would call a man cave or a she shed. You can get it done with Stoltz Co. You can customize it with Stoltz Co. It's going to be a permanent part of your property, and it's going to raise your property values. If you own land, if you're looking to build on that land, look no further than Stoltz Co. Call them today for a consultation. They'll sit down with you, figure out what your dreams are, and then make those dreams a reality. Stoltz Co. STOLTZCO.com. StoltzCo.com, or call 615-622-5992. 622-5992 for our friends at Stoltz Co.
We've got new schools added to the list of closures in anticipation of weather problems. We'll get that to you. Also, in the wake of plummeting stocks, the president continuing to defend his tariff plans, and Mr. Trump also confirming more firings. We'll have those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Matt Murphy, and this is the Matt Murphy Radio Show. Jay Harper is behind the glass in News Closet B, gathering headlines, delivering said same. Chris Weber controlling the experience, really orchestrating the experience. He is the conductor of the Matt Murphy Show, screening your telephone calls and generally speaking, making sure that everything that comes out of our speakers sounds as good as possible. What I'm about to tell you out of these speakers is not positive, but it is a fact that we have another tornado warning in effect issued by the National Weather Service in Nashville until 6:30 tonight. This one for southeastern Lewis County, east central Wayne County, northern Lawrence County, southwestern Murray County, northwestern Giles County. This issued at 5:55, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 11 miles northwest of Lawrenceburg, moving at about 40 miles per hour. There is a radar indication of rotation. The storm will be near Summertown around 6 o'clock, or rather 6:10, I should say. Mount Pleasant at around 6:20. Other locations impacted will be Etheridge, Hampshire, and Henryville. Take cover. I mean, we try to remind you of these things, but I guess we need to remind you again. I understand that you're grown people, and most of you know this, but if you're new to the listening area, if you're in the line of this storm, if I name the community that you live in, you need to go ahead and take cover. You need to go to your basement. You need to do the things that you normally do. Get into an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building if you don't have a basement. Avoid all windows if you can. If you're outside, you need to get inside to a sturdy structure. If you are in a mobile home, you need to get to a sturdy structure. If you're in a vehicle, you need to get to a sturdy structure. Move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris if at all possible. So that is number one on the tornado warning list. We have a number of others. There's also a tornado warning for Dixon, Murray, Williamson, and Hickman County. That's a different system. That's moving towards Centerville at around 6 right now, and Fairview at around 6:20 in about 20 minutes. That's the Prim Springs, Lyles, Bon Aqua, Nunley, and Pinewood system. That is also a system that has been radar indicated. And then the third deal is currently around Dixon. Around this time, tornado warning remains in effect for southwest Dixon and southeast Humphreys. This is all a part of the same system, and it's just popping up tornado warnings where we see the rotational spin. All right, so we'll hand off to Jay Harper for a moment, get some of your telephone calls in here in the final hour of the show. No nincompoops in the news today for obvious reasons. The nincompoops would be the tornadoes that are popping up, or at least the radar signature of the tornadoes that are popping up. But we'll get back to nincompoops. I will not be here tomorrow or Monday, so next week. But another hour to go, and then extended coverage if need be on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good evening. It is 1 minute past 6 p.m., and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll have a complete forecast and a traffic report in just a bit. The following schools here in Middle Tennessee are closed tomorrow. Let me run through the list for you. Allen County, Cheatham County Schools, Hickman County, Houston County Schools, Humphreys County, also Montgomery County Schools, Perry County also closed tomorrow, as well as Stewart County Schools, Sumner County Schools, and Trousdale County Schools. Now, Monroe County Schools, they are doing virtual learning tomorrow, and Dixon County Schools, they're closing in-class procedures, but the virtual learning will take place tomorrow in Dixon County. Again, your school update, the latest information that we have with respect to that. President Trump defending his tariffs on multiple countries after the sell-off today on Wall Street. On the first day the tariffs went into effect, the major stock indices had their worst trading day since the pandemic back in 2020. Speaking to reporters on Air Force One tonight, the president said he's not concerned about the sell-off and is willing to make deals with other countries as long as they're giving us something back that's good.
We have a situation with TikTok where China will probably say, we'll approve a deal, but will you do something on the tariff?
The president also confirming he has fired some staffers at the National Security Council, though he would not say exactly how many. The council advises the president on national security and foreign policy. On Air Force One, the president suggested the firings were routine.
Always we're going to let go of people that we don't like, or people that we don't think can do the job, or people that may have loyalties to somebody else. You'll always have that.
Violence in the nation's capital. 6 people are hospitalized in stable condition following a stabbing attack in Washington, D.C. The police chief there, Pamela Smith, says the suspect started stabbing himself, an acquaintance, and people nearby when he was stopped by 2 Good Samaritans. Those 2 people were stabbed as well. Smith says the police found the suspect not far from where the attack happened and took him to the hospital.
Based on preliminary information, it appears the suspect was in an altered mental state from an unknown substance. While walking down the street, the individual began stabbing himself and then stabbed a female acquaintance who was also with him.
Again, the police chief there in D.C., Pamela Smith. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. West of the city, still dealing with that jackknife tractor trailer. It's just hanging there on the guardrail, 40 eastbound at mile marker 180. The right lane remains blocked there, but frankly, the traffic's so light, it's not really affecting traffic all that much. But boy, the guy's going to have to get a new truck. That thing is totaled. We also have an injury crash, 4th Avenue South at Chestnut Street, and another accident, 24 westbound at Murfreesboro Pike. We have your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning and afternoon on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, here we are. Here we go. It's the Matt Murphy Radio Show, Thursday, My Friday on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My original intent, by the way, for those asking, was to have Friday on Thursday. But because of all the storms from last night and because I was asleep from 7 o'clock this morning until about 1 o'clock this afternoon, actually 12, I failed to do so. But we'll have him back next week, never you fear. I'm out tomorrow. And I'm out Monday, and before all of you people start yelling at me, these are the first 2 days I've taken off in 2025. But we'll have Cameron Smith in tomorrow and Monday. Should I make a rule? I should probably do this to Cameron just to mess with him. Like, tell him that he's not allowed to talk about tariffs. Because he hates them. Yeah. He hates them. Mm-hmm. And he wants to rail on Trump about them. He desires to do that. He did it the other day when he was in. I guess... Golly, it feels like it was yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
Was that yesterday?
It was.
Golly, feels like a week ago. There's Chris Weber. He's behind the glass. There's Jay Harper. He's behind some other glass. We're monitoring some tornado warnings that are going on. When the tornado warnings dissipate and we can get to a point where we can have a little fun, remind me to tell you about the exchange that ensued after the boob boy comment.
Okay. I'll remind you.
The lady in the thing in the comment about, oh, look, there's Matt. He's got boobs.
Yep.
And then I guess I referred to myself as, but now the husband, I'll tell you, the husband is now telling me that I made his wife feel bad for saying that on the radio.
Well, but she started it.
Well, that's what I thought. Yeah. What am I supposed to do?
You didn't identify anybody.
I'm just saying she started the whole thing. Apparently, for those who missed it, we were on Super Talk TV in their home, and the wife walked through and said, "Oh, is that him?" I guess that's referring to me, the guy you listened to on the radio, and he said yes, and she said he has man boobs.
Oh, so that's him.
So that's him. I think it's, you know what? It's the shirt. That's what it is.
Sure it is. Yeah.
Shut your mouth in there. All right, we got more serious things to talk about. So, tracking tornado warnings in these communities: Murray, Giles, Lewis, Lawrence, and Wayne counties. Those are our primary areas of concern. Mount Pleasant is an area of concern as it is moving toward you. That is, this system is just to the south and just to the east of Hohenwald. And it's moving fairly rapidly, roughly around 45 to 50 miles an hour. A lot of lightning embedded in this system, and a belief that there is a tornado that is a radar indication on that tornado front. So there's that going on. Let me get to the latest from the National Weather Service so that I can update you. Out of Nashville, Tennessee, tornado warning remains into effect until 6:30 tonight in southeastern Dixon, north central Murray, and Williamson counties. At 6:06, just moments ago, 5 minutes ago or so, the storm, the cell capable of producing that tornado at any moment, which is now radar indicated, was located 9 miles south of Burns, 10 miles northeast of Centerville. That's the one I was just telling you about. It will be in Fairview in minutes. Fairview in minutes. Be on the lookout for dangerous debris, etc. Bon Aqua, Nunley, Lyles, Prim Springs, all impacted by this storm. The National Weather Service has also issued a tornado warning, which remains in effect until 6:30 tonight for Lewis, Lawrence, Murray, and Giles counties. This tornado, the path of this thing, located near Summertown, 10 miles north of Lawrenceburg, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Impacted areas, Summertown around 610, Mount Pleasant around 620. And then I mentioned Etheridge is a possible landing spot, Hampshire and Henryville. Those are our two tornado warnings in the listening area. We have flash flood warnings all over our community because of the amount of rain that's coming down. So just be on the lookout for that as well. For those who have been following the discussion about the 2010 storms, the redheaded stranger, Pamela Furr, who is now known as my intrepid reporter, has dug up some information about the Cumberland River, at least as it applies to what happened in 2010 versus what is happening right now. The flood stage level for the Cumberland River is 40 feet, okay? 40 feet. The the Cumberland River reached 51.86 feet, crested at 51.86 feet. Go ahead and call it 52 feet in 2010. It had not reached that level since 1937, which was before the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers flood control measures were put into place. As of today, April 3rd, the Cumberland River is at about 25.5 feet. So we are nowhere close to seeing some of the flooding or devastation that we saw in 2010. That's good news. And I think, most anecdotal reports have leaned us that way too. But flood stage is at 40 feet. And currently, according to my intrepid reporter, the Redheaded Stranger, the expectation right now is that the Cumberland River will crest at around 35 feet Monday. So a full 5 feet below what is considered to be flood stage, with potential, it says, for further rises depending on the amount of rainfall that we get. So we're not currently in a bad situation, but obviously the more rain, the more flooding, the more danger, the more we want to make sure that we get the information out to the folks. 615-737-9986. That's 615-737-9986. Watching a storm, getting into Fairview right now. Its path, this radar indication of a tornado is going to be in Kingston Springs in about 15 minutes. It is in Fairview now. If you are in Pegram, if you're in Newsom, if you're in Bellevue, if you're in Vaughn's Gap, that storm is coming your way in the next 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. So if you're in any of those areas, south of Dixon, Fairview, and just on, if you draw the line on, it's coming straight into Nashville and eventually will pop, somewhere in the Hendersonville to Mount Juliet area, depending. These two systems are running on parallel tracks just north and south of one another. One is in the Fairview area and the other is just south was just south of Hohenwald. So one of these tracks is going to run through Franklin. The other track is going to run north of Brentwood into Nashville. The entire metropolitan region is going to be impacted by this. And just keep it right here, and we'll continue full coverage on this until the time comes that we don't have tornado warnings. We'll be here as you need us throughout the course of the evening. I don't want to disrupt Mark Levin tonight, but if need be, we'll move beyond 7 o'clock. And make sure that you are safe and sound. Sirens are going off in Mount Pleasant, according to so many of our spotters on the ground. You can deliver some information by dialing us up at 615-737-9986, either via the phone lines or on the super text line, 615-737-9986. I am being told that Henryville is pronounced Hennerville. Hennerville? Okay. I'm down with that. Hennerville. Sevierville. I practiced.
You got that one.
Boy, I practiced all night after mangling it for an entire day. Sevierville. Henryville. I got it. Tom is next. I believe Tom is a storm spotter in our area, and let's talk to him. Tom, what do you got?
Hey, man, I'm sitting out here on my front porch right off of Highway 20, about 2 miles to the west of where that tornado came through from Napier, kind of headed towards, they said Summertown, but it's not Summertown. It's way west of Summertown, the official town. And it was a nasty little booger. We didn't actually, it was rain wrapped, so we didn't get to see the funnel cloud. But, man, the conditions around, I mean, just right in this area, just changed so rapidly. It was just freaky. I walked out here initially, and this is maybe 5-6 minutes ago now, but I walked out thinking I was just going to sit here and see if I could see it. Because they, where they said it was on the map is, 2.5 miles from here. I thought maybe I could I can see a long ways from here, but not quite that far. But the wind was going the wrong direction. The storm line is supposed to be going northwest, and the wind was going almost exactly southeast, just completely opposite of the direction it's supposed to be going. It was sucking it that direction.
Yeah, and you're talking about obviously you're confirming what we already heard about, and that is that this is a tornado just south of, you said Napier, right?
It was 5 or 6 minutes ago where they identified it, but it was on that northwestern track, and it was just kind of a little ways away from us. But we could see the storm clear as
Where did you say you are right now, Tom?
right off of Highway 20, Summertown Highway, about 2.5 miles to the east of Natchez Trace, and then Napier Road. All that Napier business is, kind of catty corner south of us, and that's where the storm came from. We actually are sitting right between those two storms that are tracking up there, closer to the smaller one to the south, and but it changed colors immediately. The wind was getting sucked straight across. Like I said, it was going perpendicular. The wind is supposed to be going with the storm line north and east, and it was straight 25, 30 mile an hour perpendicular to that, headed back to the southeast. Is where it was going. It's supposed to be going northeast. Actually, we're going southwest. Sorry, my bad.
No, it's all good. No, I appreciate the info, and obviously this. I'm looking at 20 here. I think I'm looking at your house, Tom. No, I'm just kidding. But I see exactly where you're talking about, and I can see kind of the track of that storm. That's the confirmed one. And Tom, thank you. If you have any additional information, let us know. That's great info. I appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, absolutely. That's good stuff. Get into a place of safety. Give us a call. Let us know what you see, so that those down the line can react to it. This is the confirmed tornado. Tom just reconfirmed it right on our airwaves on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's coming toward Mount Pleasant. It'll be potentially in and around Culleoka. It will be, it looks to be on a track to track somewhere between Culleoka and Columbia. But Columbia, major population area in Columbia, and it is coming toward you. The reason I focus on this one, there's one to the north, more in the Dixon area, moving toward Fairview. That is a radar indication, but this is something that has been confirmed, not just by our callers, but confirmed by weather spotters on the ground as of 15 minutes ago. Now, y'all, if you're experienced in tornado watching, if you're experienced in this kind of event, you know about the skip. You know that a tornado can light down, it can do damage, it can skip, it can bounce, it can skip entire neighborhoods, it can skip entire communities and then get back on the ground. We call that the same tornado. Either way, there's a little bit of variance in what I'm telling you, but I'm telling you that this system has been on the ground. So if you're in Mount Pleasant, if you're in Culleoka, if you're in Columbia, and now's when times get a little bit serious, and now's the time for you to find an area of safety. You've made that action plan. I imagine you've thought about it in your head. If you're in Enterprise, Rockdale, I'm looking at, some of these areas on the map. I don't really know how big or how small they are. I just call them out to try to trigger in you. If you're in those areas, now's the time to do something to make sure that you're as safe as you can possibly be. Southport is another area that we're looking at. Sandy Hook is in that zone where you could possibly see a tornado. This is one that has been on the ground as recently as 15 minutes ago. So 6256 says this might be my caller there. I don't know. If it's not my caller, it's someone nearby. Says I'm on Napier Road on my front porch, and I just saw the tornado head up the Natchez Trace. Really freaky. It just passed. I walked out there and thought, I walked outside and then I thought, quote, well, this is a bad idea. Probably so. It is human nature to want to see. I get it. I'm not immune to it. I understand it. But I also offer you the advice that you need to hear. And that is, you need to get inside. You need to make sure that you're safe from flying debris or safe from the tornado at all. Jeff writes in and says, I'm about 4 miles from Napier Road, Natchez Trace, and the crap hit the fan a few minutes ago. Unbelievable lightning. Loudest thunder I've ever heard. Had my door open watching for it. I've been ready to go. I'm sorry, don't make me laugh. I had my door open watching for it. I've been ready to go for about 60 years. Good for you. They say if you always stay ready, you never have to get ready. If you
That's good
stay
advice,
ready,
yeah.
you don't have to get ready. All right, 23 after the hour. Quick timeout. We'll reset. There is a tornado believed to be on the ground toward Mount Pleasant, toward Columbia. We're covering that tornado plus another radar indication a little north of that. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
We've got more schools to add to the closings list for tomorrow. We'll pass those along, and we'll also have today's closing money news. That's coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
That's Mr. Jay Harper, and he's on the way in just a couple of minutes. My name is Matt Murphy. We are joined by the ever-capable Chris Weber. We are the trifecta carrying you through your afternoon. If you're on the roadways right now, be safe out there, particularly if you are in certain areas where there's a nasty storm system. Just keep away from the Fairview area, the Linton area, the Bellevue area. Kingston Springs getting popped right now, Westmead. This is the northern tornado warning that is impacting those areas. It will hit Leapers Fork. It will be in the Grassland area, and then before you know it, into Brentwood. So if you're along I-65 in Brentwood, you need to go ahead and make preparations for this storm system to come through. I just want to run down some of this system. The lightning is no joke, folks. I've not seen reports of hail in this system right now, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. We had tremendous hail into the night last night, but we're hearing reports of a lot of lightning, and at least one tornado has been seen on the ground in this overall system. That is the southern tornado warning that is set to impact Columbia coming up in the next 10 minutes or so. Or actually, I tell you what, it's on Columbia right now. It's about to hit Spring Hill, cut between Spring Hill and Lewisburg. So if you're in Columbia, you need to go ahead and take that action plan. Lowest room, you know the drill, but you need to go ahead and do that because that is the system that was confirmed some 15, 20 minutes ago to have produced a tornado. There were eyeballs on that. We had a caller that saw it. We've had a number of super texters that saw it, plus other confirmed weather spotters have confirmed that this was a tornado that was on the ground. Now, that was 15 minutes ago. Could be off the ground now. Obviously, these things change at a moment. So just be on the lookout for that. If you have anything to add to the conversation, we'd love to hear from you. As always, 615-737-9986. 615-737-9986. Primarily dealing with tornado coverage. And there's just a lot to talk about. The activity that's happening right now, the flooding activity that is happening now and is expected to continue over the next several days. But right now, warnings in Murray, Giles, Lewis, Lawrence, Dixon, Williamson, and Hickman counties. Jay Harper time in the newsroom will reset here in just a moment on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good evening. It's 6:30. I'm Jay Harper, and we'll get you a forecast and another traffic update here shortly. Well, the school closings, we've got a bunch of them here. So let's get to the list. Of course, this all in anticipation of the impending weather. The following school systems close tomorrow: Allen County schools, Cheatham County, Hickman County, Houston County, Humphreys, as well as Montgomery County schools, Perry County also on the list, as is Stewart County, Sumner County, Trousdale County, and Wilson County schools. Dixon County schools, in-person classes are not happening tomorrow, but they will go virtual tomorrow. And the same for Monroe County schools. They have a virtual learning day tomorrow. So those are your school closings due to all the weather situation that we've been talking about all day and apparently will continue to speak of here throughout the evening. Now, we've had a big money day in terms of stocks and whatnot, and we've got news on that as well from Michelle Frenzen.
A free fall for stocks with investors both in the U.S. and around the world reeling from President Trump's latest tariffs. The Dow plummeted 1,679 points, or almost 4%. The S&P dropped 275 points, or 4.8%. The Nasdaq sank 1,050 points, or almost 6%. The Nasdaq Composite and S&P 500 had their worst days since 2020. And in markets abroad, France's CAC dropped 3%, Germany's DAX lost 3%, and Japan's Nikkei fell almost 3%. Some of the biggest losers are in the tech world. Apple shares fell 9% because of worries about a disruption to its supply chain. The so-called Magnificent Seven stocks that led the market rally over the past 2 years were on pace to shed roughly $800 billion in market cap. Everything from gold to crude oil to the value of the U.S. dollar against other currencies fell.
That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. They are upcoming. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Fortunately, the traffic volume is minimal here this afternoon, but we do have a handful of incidents you should be aware of if you are in these locations. First of all, that jackknife tractor trailer that's still hanging over the guardrail, this would be 40 eastbound, right at mile marker 180. The right lane still blocked. And looking at traffic cameras, they do have a big old tow truck on the scene. So that hopefully will be out of the way here shortly. Also, we have an accident, West Trinity Lane at Brick Church Pike. And finally, Dickerson Pike near Hart Lane, a crash reported there as well. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every afternoon on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy, and I want to deliver some exciting news from Mount Juliet. For many of you who have lived here for a long time, you've watched the progress of Eurofix. Aaron Stokes has grown his company from, the backyard of in a barn, in a backyard behind a single wide trailer to now not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 separate locations. You know about 100 Oaks and Murfreesboro and Franklin and Belmead. What about Mount Juliet? Mount Juliet's the brand new location on South Mount Juliet Road right across the street from the Dairy Queen. I love identifying it that way, because you take your car in and you let them go through that 15-minute no-wrench inspection. You can walk across the street, get yourself a dip cone, and then come back and you'll have the answers that you need regarding your European automobile. It is wonderful to see in Mount Juliet. It's wonderful to see a hometown business take off. Why? Because they do it better than the other guys. They've got 5 locations, each with a 3-year nationwide warranty. You get a free loaner car with every repair, and it's not dirty and stinky inside of the showroom or inside of the waiting area. 844-EUROFIX. That's 844-EUROFIX. Or go to MyEuroFix.com. That's MyEuroFix.com. I'll tell you what, today has flown by. I don't know how you feel about it, but an incredible weather day. Obviously, more tornado warnings, sadly. We're here for it, though. We do what we've got to do. A lot of other things in the news that we would have loved to have gotten to, but our focus of attention right now on tracking tornado warnings, primarily Murray and Giles counties. In Mount Pleasant, heading toward Columbia, there is a system that has produced an observed tornado in the past. This was obviously about 30 or so minutes ago. We had a caller on the line that talked about seeing this system. We had several super texters that talked about seeing this system. And right now we're watching it in real time heading toward Columbia, Tennessee. It'll get into Chapel Hill before you know it. That is really, I think that's the only warning that we currently have. So we're going to continue to watch that. Just to signpost for you a little bit to help you understand what we will do. I know that weather coverage can get tiresome, especially if you're in an area that is not being affected by weather right now. But just understand that when it does affect you, we want to be there for you too. And so because of the massive footprint that Super Talk 99.7 has, sometimes we're talking about areas that aren't anywhere close to you. But be that as it may, it is, we consider it not just our obligation, but our privilege to be here to present weather coverage for you when necessary. I'd love to be talking about politics. I'd love to be talking about, other matters and taking your comments and your calls on that. But while we have tornado warnings, this is what we do. There is a system that is heading toward Belle Meade at 641. I don't think this is a tornado. I think they've let this. Let me check that. I think this has expired as a tornadic event. It's just now a severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, I see a yellow box around that one.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Then it is still a serious system. It's headed toward Belle Meade, Forest Hills, Green Hills, Berry Hill, and eventually Brentwood Academy by 6:50 tonight. But it is not a tornado anymore. It's a severe thunderstorm warning out of Davidson County. That's good news. But the tornado warning remains in effect for Murray and Giles counties, located near Mount Pleasant, around 9 miles southwest of Columbia, moving northeast. It's going to hit Columbia. This thing's going to hit Columbia in just a few minutes. It has been confirmed on radar, and it was confirmed visually earlier, but we don't know if it's still on the ground or not. We just don't know. So that's what we're dealing with right now. So I say all that to say this. We will stay here if you need us. If there is our kind of line in the sand would be tornado warnings. So severe thunderstorm, straight line winds, all of those things can be damaging, but typically these are not issues that are life-threatening. Tornado warnings are obviously life-threatening by their very nature. And for that reason, and especially the possibility of power going out and individuals relying on your radio, relying on our app, relying on other forms of communication outside of your television. I understand you. I've got a monitor on right here. I'm watching the bright greens and the bright reds and the pinks and black. Is that new?
Seems like it
is.
The
black, the black seems new to me too. But I've never seen over the last couple of days. We've seen a lot of those little black patches that I guess indicate such a tremendous amount of rain. We're just color it black and call it out. If you're in this area, you're hosed, basically. But I like watching that too. But if your power goes out, what do you do? So that's what we're here for. So if we get to 6 o'clock, we got 19 minutes before 7. If we get past the 6 o'clock hour into the 7 o'clock hour and there remains a tornado warning on the board, we will remain here and we will continue to report that for you. We'll continue to take your calls, your super text, and all those forms of communication. If we see those go away and they turn into severe thunderstorm warnings like the situation in Davidson County did, then that's great, and we'll turn it over to Mark Levin, and we'll monitor the situation and pop up if you need us. I'm not here to scare anybody. I know that sometimes it feels that way, that, when we talk about getting into your safe place, getting into your basement, and regurgitate that endlessly, but you can't repeat it enough, especially in our community, because there's so many new people that are coming here. I'm reminded of that when, and look, Chad Benson has been through weather. Don't get me wrong. Benson knows weather. And I'm not knocking him, but you realize that if you come from other parts of the country, they don't get this type of weather very often. In many other parts of the country, very similar to the idea of, how many of us by show of hands have been through an earthquake? I've never been through an earthquake. People in California know exactly what that's like. I don't, because we don't live out there. We don't live in other parts of the world where that happens. So we have a lot of people that come into town, tourism and whatnot. We have a lot of people that have moved here that are experiencing these things for the first time. So while we have a moment, this Belle Meade thing, this looks like a bad thunderstorm. No rotation in it, but it is on top of Belle Meade, about to be in the Green Hills, and that is just a bad-looking storm right now. And then we continue to monitor the other one. While we have a moment, though, would you like an update on Boobgate?
Sure.
So this comes from 3225. I'm gonna reset for everybody listening. So randomly, I got this super text. I got Super Talk TV on my TV in the living room. My wife is not paying attention. Casually, my wife looks up and says, "Oh, that's him." Then she says, "He has boobs." Well, I made a comment about it. I'm like, hey, I'm getting exercise, losing some weight. I've lost 20 pounds or so, 25 maybe. And 3225 response, now my wife is mad at me because I made you feel conscious. If it makes you feel better, she says you look younger than me and you're 2 years older than me. So now he said, my wife's mad at me because I made you feel bad. If it makes you feel better, she says you look younger than me and you're 2 years older than me. To which I said, LOL, younger looking and boobs too. You better watch out. He responds, Mike, our kids are now calling mom a bully. Well, that's what you get, lady.
That's right.
My response was, eyes are up here, lady. Eyes are up here. And he's just responded by saying, she's so short, they're eye level. Oh, well, I don't know what to say about that. Andy writes in and says, I find the storm coverage refreshing. It's frightening, but a break from politics also adds great value. Well, look, we do not service our community solely by commenting on political matters. Obviously, it is a lot of what we do, whether it's national political matters or local or statewide stuff. I love doing that. I love talking about it. I love having the discussion. Obviously, I know that I'm hard-headed. I understand that I am very stubborn. I understand that I think I'm right all the time. Why wouldn't I? Why would I take a position on something and not think I'm right? But I get great joy out of providing the community service that radio was designed to provide, and that's what we're doing right now. This system is moving through Mount Pleasant. It is about to be just south of Columbia. It's in Columbia, as a matter of fact. Culleoka is a great area of concern. We have many good listeners out of Culleoka. If you're down there and you are safe, what is happening down there? Let us know, because it looks like the hook, that hook signature that we talk about all the time on the radar. I'm looking at it right now. That hook signature is directly over Culleoka to the south of Columbia. Columbia is getting popped by rain and wind. Could be a tornado in this system right now. So if you're in Murray County, in Culleoka, in Columbia, please go ahead. If you're in Chapel Hill, please go ahead and do what you need to do. If you're in Spring Hill, do what you need to do to get into the place that you are most comfortable in dealing with a storm like this. McLean is next up. He's on the road, or she is on the road. Hello, McLean. How are you?
Hey, it's a he, and that is, I don't have a pronoun. No, I'm just kidding. I'm running from Columbia right now. I'm not really giving any kind of updates. I just wanted to let you guys know that I see, like, a lot of dark clouds, a lot of lightning running at me, and now I'm on the 65, but I'm seeing it all to the west of me, and there is some serious lightning activity and all that. But what I really wanted to call about is I'm a political refugee from California, and I wanted to give an insight. You were talking about how you don't know what it's like for an earthquake. And I don't know what it's like for tornadoes until I moved here. It is quite exciting. So it's two different things. When an earthquake happens, the entire area the earthquake is hitting affects every single body. The nice thing about tornadoes is that you could go skip right by you. And The other thing I wanted to comment on is earlier you're talking about people getting struck by lightning. I, in fact, have been struck by lightning, and most people say I'm weird. So I just wanted to go with, I forgot your co-host.
Chris Webber. Yeah, Chris Webber.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not wrong. We come out kind of weird if you get struck by lightning, but I also, a fact is that most people who have been hit by lightning have usually survived. Yeah, because it's so fast, it happens so quickly. But it is definitely like being touched by God. It is something you don't want to be.
But how did it? I mean, curiosity gets the better of me, McLean. I mean, what was the sensation after the fact? Do you remember?
So I was about 5 years old, and all I remember is waking up on the ground, my mom picking me up and running me in, and my body tingled quite a bit from what I can remember, and I had a burn. It was a scar for most of my life on my shoulder and my big toe. It came in, I'm not sure which way. They say it comes from the ground up. I think it meets in the middle, but it went out my left shoulder, or in my left shoulder, depending on how you think about it, and out my right big toe. And
wow.
It was a burnt scar on me for most of my life. And when it first happened, it was a really gnarly blister, and the school had to call my parents and what's going on here? Like, why has he got these scars? And he's saying he's been touched by God, because they didn't have any better way to explain it to not make me terrified of lightning. That it came from God, So I'm like, I've been touched by God, and they're like, well, I guess so, They don't know how to explain that. How do you explain that to a 5-year-old, really?
Man, that's incredible. I know it's an incredible story, McLean. Oh, well, how long have you been in Tennessee?
About a year and a half now.
Okay, well, you're getting used to these severe weather systems, buddy. And take me out to California sometime. We'll go through an earthquake together. I appreciate the call and the commentary. And not only did he call you my co-host, which is nice.
That was very nice.
He also said that you were right, that people that get hit by lightning are weird.
Yeah.
After the fact.
That one guy I knew was. So he checks out.
I mean, 2 for 2, really, on lightning strike victims who survived. All right, let me get back to the serious matters. Several of you are giving us reports from Culleoka. Brent says, I see updrafts and I see weak attempts to rotate. He sent me a picture regarding this. He was at Fieldstone Farms and says the cell is hitting Fieldstone Farms now. Great straight line winds, but not highly impressive, according to Brent. That is a term of art when it comes to these types of things. Matt, I wanted to hear the rest of that lightning story. Ask him if he has a white streak in his hair. I mean, I get it, but I was kind of done with the lightning story. He kept talking about, he's kept talking about how touched he was. Well, he said touched by God. My natural inclination as a contrarian would be to go, well, how do you know it was God?
I mean, he was a little kid. I mean, it's just what his parents told him.
I mean,
I don't think they want to tell him, hey, we were touched by the devil.
Or
might be worse than saying, yeah, you got struck by lightning.
Or you're touched. All right.
Yeah.
I get it. Culleoka is now black. Temperature has dropped. Wind very strong and raining right now in Culleoka. 3452 says Mount Pleasant and Culleoka pass to the south of us. Hail, heavy rain. But it's all clear in Mount Pleasant right now. That's good news. Nathan says, having been born in Culleoka, I am impressed by your proper pronunciation of Culleoka. Well, I was shamed for an entire show over Sevierville, and I was not going to be shamed about Culleoka. We'll reset and be back in a moment, 52 after the hour. Super Talk. If you're trying to make a decision as to whether to replace your AC system, have you called Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling? They truly are the second opinion makers as a result of their experience in the field and their reputation as people that are never going to try to upsell you on anything. It's as simple as this, friends. It's time to get efficient heating and cooling in your life, get that AC maintenance and checked, and find out what's going on with that system. Jeff Eddy can help. He's a smaller company with big results in his mind and big results in his heart. He wants to save you maximum dollars. So if you're a baller on a budget and you're looking to extend the life of that AC unit, call Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling. Now, when it comes time, they're an Elite Pro partner with Rheem. They're happy to help you decide exactly what you need to get for the next step in your AC life. But right now, let's make the call to Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling. Go to efficienthvac.net or 615-784-4424, 784-4424 for Efficient Heating and Cooling. Friends, USS stands for United Structural Systems. And obviously, with the incredible amount of rain that we've had over the last 24 to 48 hours and the amount of rain that we expect to continue over the next 12 to 48 hours, or 12 to 24 hours, I should say, we want to talk to you about waterproofing and whether or not you're confident in your waterproofing. Do you smell musty smells after a big rain? Do you smell that musty, nasty odor? Does it feel like water is getting into your basement or your crawl space? Can you see it? For goodness sake, we need to get this handled through USS. Their waterproofing services are superior. They can offer interior drains or exterior drains, crawl space waterproofing, encapsulation, dehumidifiers, all available to you. You need to make sure that the waterproofing does not cause health concerns for you and your family, and obviously it can cause foundation concerns for your home. Let's get this handled. With all of this rain coming in, make a point to look into that crawl space to make sure that everything's on the up and up in the A-OK. And if it's not, homeowners trust USS. USSTN.com, USSTN.com, or call today at 615-488-7855, 488-7855 for USS. Based on the system that we're watching, it is just outside of Culleoka. It is moving toward Chapel Hill. It is expected to be in Christiana in just a little bit. This is a system south of the city, and it is the one that we believe has a tornado, perhaps. I mean, it's one that has already been identified as having a tornado. That was about 30, 45 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago now. But we're watching that system. So I would suggest that after the top of the hour news, we'll probably come back and continue a little bit. We'll try to keep a somewhat of a normal schedule here. But we want to make sure that all of you are safe and sound. So we'll do some extended coverage. By the way, McLean has written us. He said that this is McLean. My phone dropped. No, I don't have white hair, and I don't think I was actually touched by God. That's the only way my parents could explain it to me. And yes, McLean, we're just messing around with you. We're joking. But he did say that he became a commercial electrician.
Huh. Interesting.
That he said, I contribute a lot to that. I think for some reason the lightning strike means electricity likes me but doesn't hurt me. Maybe so. There you go. Led to a career. All right, so we'll take a short time out. We'll get some top of the hour news. Instead of Mark Levin, and I know many of you want to hear Mark, but there's a tornado warning in Murray and Marshall County, and we're going to just cover that. And boy, I hope that it dissipates. I hope that it goes to nothing, and then we can get out of here and call it an early night. But we'll be back in moments to make sure that you are safe and sound. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, friends. Matt Murphy in the Talk 99.7 Super Talk 99.7 WTN studios. It is 6 minutes after 7 o'clock, and thankfully a very brief update, and we'll get you back to Mark Levin here in just a moment, because the National Weather Service has downgraded what was a tornado warning in our area to a severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall, Rutherford, Murray, Williamson, and Bedford counties, meaning that that downgrade indicates that the storm is lessening in severity, and there is not a belief that there is a tornado in our listening area, and that is great news. We at Super Talk 99.7 WTN will continue to monitor the situation, and should circumstances warrant, we will be back. But for now, let's return you to